Chapter 1201. During this difficult period, a town in the south had a civil war. The king of the town led his loyal people to join Sparta. Sparta's strength was greatly increased, and with their help, they finally won the war against Laconia. Thus, Sparta established itself as the leader of the region. The Lacedaemonians of the surrendered villages were then known as Perioeci. They had personal freedom and the right to deal with local affairs, but they had no political rights in Sparta. They were also placed under the supervision of military commanders sent by Sparta to ensure that they could serve in the army and farm the royal estates. The conquered villages, even if they were once compatriots, were mercilessly reduced to slaves. This was the origin of the heliotrope. From this time on, Sparta established a dual monarchy. One was a native Sparta king who came from the Agadi clan, and the other was a former king from the south, who came from the Eulopontides clan. Now, Clotocatax wanted to use this great opportunity to conquer Sparta to completely overthrow the original political structure of Sparta and establish a new political system. He sent messengers to the various Perioeci villages, inviting them to come to Sparta, and promised them that Dionia would not harm them, but would give them the right to participate in the establishment of a new Sparta. In addition, he personally talked to the captured Perioeci soldiers and released them. At the same time, he also sent messengers to Messenia to summon a group of heliotrope citizens of New Messenia. He asked them to meet the heliotrope hiding in the mountains and use their own example to persuade the frightened and starving heliotrope to come down from the mountains and cooperate with Dionia. At the same time, Clotocatax did not talk to any Sparta people. Just as he finished arranging these tasks and quietly waited for the arrival of the Perioeci and the heliotrope, he suddenly received a report from the garrison of the Trotas River. They intercepted nearly 1,000 Sparta routed soldiers from the north. When these routed soldiers learned that Sparta had been occupied, they surrendered without a fight. Among the captured routed soldiers was the king of Sparta, Agesilaus. When Clotocatax heard the news, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. The capture of Agesilaus and his army had eliminated the last worry in his heart. He could now freely carry out his plan in this land. To prevent any accidents, he also sent a heavy infantry brigade to escort these Sparta routed soldiers. A day later, Clotocatax saw the captives at the entrance to the north of Sparta. They were ragged, unkempt, and walked unsteadily as if they would fall at any time. Clotocatax now understood why the garrison of the camp could easily capture nearly 1,000 routed soldiers with only 200 people. He and the general's eyes were focused on the leader of the Sparta people. White hair, beard, gray face, thin as a stick, his left leg was curled up and he was holding a cane. He staggered forward with the help of others. Only his eyes were full of spirit. Seeing Clotocatax and the others in front of him, the old man pushed away the people who were supporting him and stubbornly walked forward with difficulty. "Dear King Agesilaus," Clotocatax did not put on the arrogant attitude of a victor. Instead, he said in a gentle tone, "Hello? I am the commander of Dionia, Clotocatax. I know you, the son of Devers." Agesilaus seemed to be calm at the moment. He said in a hoarse voice, "This time, Sparta has lost. I want to know how you are going to deal with the people of Sparta." His voice was trembling when he said the last sentence, but it still revealed the worry in his heart. Clotocatax's lips curled into a mocking smile. He said in a serious tone, "They have all been imprisoned. Many of them are still unwilling to accept the fact that they have lost. It seems that they still have hope in the coalition army led by you." Agesilaus was silent for a long time. Then he looked straight at him and said in a deep and meaningful voice, "A loss is a loss. The city of Sparta has been occupied. What else is there to look forward to? However, for the past few decades, Sparta has been very influential in the whole of Greece. If Dionia wants to thwart Persia's conspiracy and dominate these cities in Greece, Sparta can still provide you with great help." This old man, who was known as the toughest pro-war faction of Sparta, actually showed an attitude of wanting to actively cooperate with him. This surprised Clodocatax. He calmed himself down and replied, "Our plan to deal with Sparta has been confirmed. I believe you will know about it soon. When the time comes, I hope that you will lead the people to actively cooperate with us." Aias looked at him deeply, then turned back to look at the defeated soldiers who passed by him. "Okay, but before that, I hope that you can let us take a good bath and have a good meal. Don't worry, we will arrange it." Clodocatax said with a complicated expression, "I have good news for you. Your son Archidamus was injured and escaped into the mountains. In the end, he fell into a coma due to the infection of his wounds. His guards carried him out of the mountains and surrendered to us. He is now being treated by our doctors in Tegea. When I left, he was still unconscious, but his physical condition is much better than before." Archidamus was Agesilaus' only son and a direct descendant of the Agedi royal family. Hearing this news, Agesilaus' worry was relieved. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and said calmly, "It is the glory of Sparta warriors to die on the battlefield. Too many Sparta warriors have died in this war. But no matter what, thank you for your rescue. The more Sparta warriors there are, the better." Clodocatax looked at Agesilaus back in shock. After a while, he turned around and said to Sicerion and the others in a deep voice, "This king of Sparta has probably been wandering in the mountains for a few days and is so hungry. It was not easy for him to walk back, and he learned that all of Sparta has been occupied. Yet he can still be so calm. He is really not simple, but I hope that he can still be so calm after knowing our plan to reorganize Sparta." There was a hint of resentment in Clodocatax's words, which surprised Sicerion. Of course, he did not know that Clodocatax blamed the death of Adoris on the commander of Sparta, Agesilaus. Some of the Herods who escaped to the mountains listened to the advice of the messengers from Messenia and returned to Sparta. Just as the messengers said, not only did the Dionysian army not capture them, but they also arranged accommodation for them and distributed food to them. This prompted more starving Herods to run down the mountains. After listening to the persuasion of the messengers from Dionia, the people of the villages of Pariaci doubtfully sent their representatives to Sparta to discuss matters. A few days later, Clodocatax invited the representatives of Pariaci and Herods into the meeting hall of Sparta. He let them sit on the wooden chairs that the elders of Sparta used to sit on. After everything was ready, Clodocatax stood in front of the meeting hall and looked at the restless representatives. He said in a gentle tone, "Everyone, today is an important day for you. First of all, please allow me to call you the Lycidic Dream. Do not be surprised. Whether it is you Pariaci or you Herods, you were once the same race as the people of Sparta. But a few hundred years ago, your ancestors were defeated in the war against Sparta's unification of Ligonia. Not only did you lose your land and rights, but you were also deprived of your true race name. Those who surrendered became Pariaci, and those who were captured became Herods." At this point, Clodocatax's words caused a huge commotion in the meeting hall. Although the Pariaci had a bit of inheritance, the history of the Pariaci had long been blurred after a few hundred years. On the contrary, the Sparta people had been purposely spreading the story, and it became clearer and clearer in the memory of the generations of Pariaci. They were immigrants from outside, and after reaching an agreement with the people of Sparta, they were allowed to settle at the border of this land. The situation of the Herods was even worse. They were slaves for generations, and the people of Sparta would never let them learn to read. Therefore, most of them were illiterate. Under the education of the people of Sparta, they had no choice but to serve the people of Sparta for the rest of their lives. They did not know the history of their race, and they did not even know the names of their parents. They lived numbly without hope. But today, someone suddenly told them, "You are the same as the people of Sparta. You were once the masters of this land." This completely subverted their previous understanding, and they were all shocked like never before. They discussed with each other suspiciously, and even mustered up the courage to ask Clodocatax. The scholars of Dionia have specialized in the history of Sparta, and we have obtained some very precious information that can prove that you were once the people of Lycidic Dream. If you want to see it when the situation in Greece stabilizes in the future, I will invite you to the library of Turiae to read these treasures. Now, what I want to tell you is that the reason why the Dionysian army attacked Messenia is to let the Messenians, who were once enslaved by the people of Sparta, regain their independence. You have communicated with them before, and you should know that we, Dionia, have done what we said. Now, one of the important reasons why Dionia attacked Sparta is to let you, who are now enslaved, regain your lost land and rights, and become the real masters of Ligonia. Chapter 1202. As soon as Clotocatax's voice trailed off, the people in the hall burst into an uproar. Both the Piraeusai and the Helioists were excited to realize that the people of Dionia did not lie to them. It seemed that the people of Dionia were really going to fulfill the promise they made when the messenger persuaded them to come to Sparta. A Piraeusai representative stood up excitedly and asked, "What do you want us, the Piraeusai, to do? Are you going to give us the land of Sparta? And you want us to move into Sparta?" Another Balaeusai representative asked immediately, "Are you going to let us replace the people of Sparta and elect our own king? Then let him lead us to rule the land of Ligonia? What era is this? You still want a king to rule? Isn't Dionia the kingdom that will save us?" Compared to the Piraeusai, who were arguing fiercely, the Heroi, who were also a little excited, appeared cautious. Under the influence of such a heated atmosphere, a representative of the Heroi finally stood up and asked hesitantly, "My lord, you want us to occupy the land here too?" The original owners of these lands will be very angry. They will definitely retaliate fiercely. They still have many warriors outside, and they have many allies outside. They will form a new army and attack again. When that time comes, we will— Idiot! Coward! The Piraeusai representative who stood up first pointed at him and scolded loudly. "To tell you the truth, I was recruited by the people of Sparta and went to Arcadia to fight against the Dionysian army led by my lord. The tens of thousands of Sparta's troops were easily defeated. I escaped into the mountains and escaped from the pursuit of the ferocious Dionia soldiers. After that, on the way back to Sparta, I met a few Sparta-defeated soldiers. From them, I learned that the main force of Sparta was surrounded and suffered heavy losses. So, I crossed the mountains and did not return to Sparta directly. Instead, I sneaked back to the village. When your messenger arrived, I was the first to respond. I have fought with the people of Sparta many times, and I know very well that the people of Sparta have completely failed. They no longer have enough young men to fight against the great Dionysian army, and it is impossible for them to recapture your city. So, I firmly believe that my lord is strong enough to fulfill your promise. The people of Piraeusai are also very willing to help you build a new city on the land of Ligonia. As for these Helioists, they're used to being enslaved, and they're very afraid of the people of Sparta. They don't even dare to say the name Sparta. They don't deserve to sit here. I think they should continue to be slaves." His words finally aroused the anger of the representatives of the Helioists. They finally saw the hope of freedom. So how could they be willing to be enslaved again? This vision of the future finally allowed them to overcome the fear in their hearts. They began to curse the oppression and persecution of the people of Sparta. At the same time, they also accused the Piraeusai of being the accomplices of the people of Sparta. After that, they humbly expressed that they were willing to obey the command of Clotocatax and do their best to complete the various tasks given by him. The hall became very noisy, but Clotocatax was happy because the enthusiasm of the people of Piraeusai and Heliois had been aroused. He coughed a few times and said loudly, "Everyone, please be quiet. Listen to me first." However, the noise did not stop until the soldiers who were responsible for maintaining order in the hall intervened. Only then did they obediently quiet down. Clotocatax looked at the representative of Piraeusai, who helped him a lot, and asked with interest, "What's your name?" "Phernida." The man straightened his back and said loudly. Clotocatax nodded, then looked at the other people in the hall, took a deep breath, and said loudly, "As the conqueror of this land, on behalf of the kingdom of Dionia, in the name of the holy Hades, I declare that from today onwards, whether it is the people of Pariasai or the Helioists, they will be free and become the citizens of the new Sparta, with all the rights granted by the state. I ask you to return immediately and tell your compatriots that within 4 days, the people of Pariasai and the Helioists must each elect 10 people with outstanding ability. They will become the counselors of the new Sparta under the guidance of the kingdom of Dionia. They will appoint and promulgate new laws, redistribute land to the citizens, and arrange new residences and villages. I also ask the people of Pariasai and the Helioists to each elect 2 people of high moral standing. They will be the censors to supervise the implementation of these plans by the new counselors. If there is any unfair behavior, they will report it to us, and we will punish them. As soon as Clotocatax's voice trailed off, the hall burst into cheers. Many of the Helioists even shed tears of joy. At this moment, they realized that the commander of Dionia was not just saying it. He was really going to let them, who had been enslaved by the people of Sparta, be free, become citizens, and have their own land and rights. The days when they had to hide from the hunting of the young Sparta warriors were finally over. While the people of Pariasai were excitedly talking about the candidates of the new counselors, and the Helioists were grateful and praised the kindness of Dionia, Clotocatax spoke again. "Please be quiet. I have something to say." This time, the hall quickly returned to silence. "I have to remind all of you," Clotocatax said with a serious expression. "I just said whether it is the Helioists or the people of Pariasai, they must each elect 10 counselors and 2 censors within 4 days, no more and no less. Otherwise, they will be regarded as disrespecting the decision of Dionia, and they will be disqualified from participating in the establishment of the new government of Sparta." The excited crowd was dumbfounded when they heard this. The people of Pariasai were better off. Although most of them had escaped into the mountains, they were relatively concentrated, and they were relatively close to the city of Sparta. Now that they had left the mountains, they could complete the task within 4 days. However, the people of Pariasai were different. They had their own villages, and they were scattered in the remote corners of Lagania. For example, Port Ishin near the west promontory, Minoa near the east promontory, Placia near the east promontory, and the coastal town of Placia in the middle of the east were not only very far from each other, but they also had to cross the mountains. Within 4 days, each village could only elect their own candidates, but the total number of people would definitely exceed the required number of candidates, and there was no time to gather them together again to determine the final candidate. "Sir, can you give us a few more days?" Phernaida begged Clotocatax and also told him about their difficulties. The other representatives of Pariasai also agreed, and now it was the turn of the Helioists to gloat. Clotocatax, who was easy to talk to before, now had a stern face and said in a firm tone, "The Dionysian army has other important things to do, and we can't stay here for too long. The establishment of the new government of Sparta is an important matter, and it is related to the stability of Lagania. There will be many things to do, and time is running out. 4 days is enough, and we can't give you more time." Phernaida and the others were disappointed, and they were ready to continue begging. Clotocatax took the opportunity to say loudly, "I have a suggestion that can solve your problems. Hurry back to your villages and inform all men over the age of 18 to bring enough rations to the city of Sparta. Gather at the open-air hall where the Sparta people will hold the citizens' meeting and jointly elect a qualified candidate. This is both fair and saves time. If you plan to do this, I will lend you horses so that you can hurry back as soon as possible. Helioists, you can also adopt this method and elect the person who will govern Lagania at the meeting where the Sparta people decide the important affairs of the city. Doesn't that mean that you have become the new master of this land?" Clotocatax's words were the first to receive a positive response from the Helioists, who agreed to carry out this seemingly good suggestion without hesitation. The representatives of Pariasai were a little hesitant, but under the influence of the Helioists, they finally agreed. After all, the noble and amiable prince of Dionia had patiently shown them a series of feasible plans to govern Lagania, and it was impossible for him to have a conspiracy to wipe out the Palaeasai in one fell swoop. After the decision was made, the people were eager to leave and rush back to inform their compatriots. Only Phernaida could not help but ask, "My lord, what are you going to do with the people of Sparta?" Phernaida's words made the people who were in a hurry to leave stop in their tracks. Clotocatax said calmly, "If the people of Sparta agree to the plans I have just mentioned, then they will be citizens of the new Sparta government, and they will govern this new country together with you. But if they object," Clotocatax's tone became more serious, "then they will have to spend the rest of their lives in the camp of the kingdom of Dionia. Don't worry. Even if they live here with you in the future, they will not pose any threat to you, because among the Sparta people we have captured, there are less than 400 young men. Even if there are defeated soldiers returning, there will not be more than 500 of them, and the combined population of your two tribes is more than 10 times that of theirs. Besides, our army is here, so you don't have to worry at all." Chapter 1203. With Clotocatax's assurance, the crowd felt more at ease. In addition to the fact that they were in a hurry to leave, they temporarily threw this troublesome problem to the back of their minds. Clotocatax also specifically ordered his men to prepare rations and horses for them. Clotocatax's warm-hearted behavior completely dispelled their doubts. After sending these people away, Clotocatax heaved a sigh of relief. But he quickly regained his spirits and walked to a room next to the meeting hall. Even if the Heliaoth were cowardly and clumsy, Clotocatax would not agree to the initial suggestion of the Palaeasai to exclude the Heliaoth from the management of the new government. Without the Heliaoth's restraint, the Palaeasai would become the new Sparta in a few years. Of course, he would not allow the Sparta to be marginalized in the new government. On one hand, with the existence of Sparta, Dionia could confidently face the doubts of the Greek city-states who were concerned about Sparta and argue that they did not destroy this ancient city-state, but merely changed its political system, just like what Sparta did to other city-states when it was strong. On the other hand, allowing the weakest Sparta to join the new political system might make the new Sparta's political situation more stable, and it would be more beneficial to Dionia's control over Sparta. After saluting the Dionia soldiers at the door, Clotocatax gently pushed the unlatched wooden door open. Inside the room were 30 Sparta elders, led by Agesilaus and 5 censors. It was a little crowded, but the assassins were unusually quiet. This was a little out of Clotocatax's expectation. His gaze slowly swept across everyone's face, and finally, a trace of a smile appeared on his face. Although these Spartans appeared to be very calm, they could not conceal the anger in their eyes. "Everyone, I believe that you have heard what I said in the venue just now, and I'm afraid that you have already discussed it. Now, can you tell me your decision?" As soon as he finished speaking, a younger censor could not help but roar, "You are humiliating the people of Sparta! As the descendants of Hercules, we will never cooperate with the filthy and lowly Heliaoth. Cough! Cough! Cough!" Agesilaus suddenly coughed loudly and turned around to look at the censor coldly. The censor's roar came to an abrupt stop. Agesilaus coughed again, then looked at Clotocatax and said calmly, "We, the people of Sparta, have no other choice but to listen to your arrangements. But I want to know how the people of Sparta should cooperate with the Palaeasai and those Heliaoth to establish a new Sparta government." Clotocatax did not directly. Instead, he looked at the Sparta man who roared earlier. "Sparta said, of. The man glanced at Agesilaus, lowered his head, and gritted his teeth. "Yes. If we don't do this, do we have any other choice?" Aias then said loudly, "If we, the people of Sparta, accept the fate of the Heliaoth, we might as well choose death." His words were not so much a reply to Clotocatax, but a reminder to the people of Sparta. They were all dejected and silent. "It seems like you have reached a consensus. That's good." Clotocatax deliberately said loudly. The unwillingness and pain in their eyes made him feel a little better. The people of Sparta must also elect 10 counselors and 2 censors within 4 days to form a new government of Sparta together with the candidates elected by the Palaeasai and Heliaoth. 30 counselors, 6 censors. Agesilaus said with a probing gaze. He deliberately said softly, "It sounds similar to the previous Sparta." "No, there is a difference." Clotocatax answered straightforwardly. They are only responsible for the operation of the entire government. The designation and promulgation of laws and major decisions have to be discussed and approved by the General Assembly. All citizens of New Sparta have the right to participate in this assembly. Speaking of this, Clotocatax also deliberately said, "Of course, the previous Sparta also had a General Assembly, and it is indeed somewhat similar." Everyone's expression changed slightly. The General Assembly of Sparta had always been a pretense. The real supreme power lay in the Elder Council. However, the new government created by the people of Dionia had completely changed the power structure of Sparta. An elder could not help but ask, "What about the king?" Clotocatax said loudly, "The new Sparta will no longer have a king. We will elect 2 consuls for a 1-year term, and they will be mainly responsible for commanding the army in battle." Everyone subconsciously looked at Agesilaus. Agesilaus, on the other hand, looked very calm, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. He asked, "When can you release the people of Sparta from imprisonment?" "After the new Sparta government is established. Our people are all locked up. How can we carry out the election?" Someone protested. "Tomorrow, all the adult men of Sparta will be gathered at Hiller's port for the election." "I have one more question." Agesilaus looked at him and asked seriously, "I just heard you say that you want to distribute land to the Pariasis and the Heloths. In other words, you want them to take away the land that originally belonged to us, citizens of Sparta? Please note that Dionia has occupied all of Sparta. All of you have become prisoners, and the land of Lagnia has become the spoils of war of the Dionysian army. In order to rebuild Sparta, His Majesty the Devers generously took out these lands and distributed them to the citizens who are willing to work for this new government. To put it bluntly, even if these lands are still owned by you, the Pariasis and the Heloths have already obtained their freedom and no longer have any obligation to you. With the manpower you have, you will not be able to take care of so much land. What's more," Clotocatax raised his eyebrows and showed a mocking smile, "do you people of Sparta know how to farm?" Everyone's expression was a little ugly, but they could not refute for a while. The guards around Clotocatax increased their vigilance, but he continued as if he did not see it, and continued, "In the past few days I have carefully checked some information about Sparta and found a problem. The number of Sparta citizens has been decreasing year by year. The war is not the main reason. According to the information, many people have not been able to pay enough taxes for a long time. Not only have they lost the right to participate in public meals and become inferior people, but they have also been deprived of land. I originally thought that it might be because of the years of war. Even if there are Heloths helping them to farm the land, they do not have enough time to supervise and manage the harvest of the land. But the strange thing is that the nobles of Sparta are able to pay the full amount of taxes every year. Later, someone secretly told me that this is because they can often become the commander of some of the cities and strategic locations controlled by Sparta. They get a lot of money through bribery or other means, which is more than enough to buy food and pay taxes. I also found a problem. The land of the Sparta civilians that you have confiscated has been distributed to the royal family and the nobles, the reason being that they have the ability to guarantee a better harvest. As a result, the land gradually concentrated in the hands of the nobles, and more Sparta civilians have lost their land and become inferior people. Haven't you noticed? The situation in Sparta now is very similar to the situation before the sage of Sparta came to Kugu to change the political system. You're spouting nonsense. Someone blurted out. Clotocatax looked at him and was not angry at all. Instead, he said with pity, "You are the censor, right? Whether as a civilian or a censor. You did not notice that the greedy nobles are wantonly devouring the land of the civilians. This is your dereliction of duty. You should also thank Dionia. If we did not forcefully rebuild Sparta, there would be many gain done appearing in this land. The faces of the people in the room became very ugly. Agesilaus coughed and immediately changed the topic. How much land are you going to allocate to each new citizen of Sparta? About 5 acres. There are too many of them. I'm afraid it's not enough. Clotocatax said calmly, We have given the territory of Tygia to the Mandinians. However, the Mandinians do not have a large population to begin with, and they could not manage such a vast and fertile new land. Under our persuasion, we believe that they are very willing to accept these heroes who did not get a land in Sparta as new citizens of Mandinia. Agesilaus was stunned. What about the Tygians? They are all being escorted to the Turii slave market to be sold. This is the consequence of betraying the alliance and secretly attacking our allies, Clotocatax said coldly. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. At that moment, they did not dare to make eye contact with the young man. Seeing this scene, Clotocatax suddenly felt a little bored. No matter how much he scared the people of Sparta, he would not be able to get his brother Adoras's precious life back. He said disinterestedly, All right, everyone, I hope that you will go back today and organize your citizens. Lead them safely to Hiller's port tomorrow and ensure that the election goes smoothly. Clotocatax left, and the room was silent. After a long time, someone asked anxiously, King Agesilaus, what should we do now? Agesilaus was still calm. He said softly, We can only endure for now to avoid the fate of the Tygians. However, the reckless actions of the people of Dionia will definitely force Athens and Corinth to unite against Dionia. When that happens, our chance will come. Chapter 1204. A glimmer of hope ignited in everyone's dim eyes, but Agesilaus sighed in his heart. Even if they recaptured Sparta in the end, would the Pariasis and Helos, who had tasted the sweetness of victory, be willing to accept their rule again? In the evening, the Devers dragged their tired bodies back to their mansion. Dinner was supposed to be the most lively time for the Devers family, but today the Devers did not speak much. Even though Eunice took the initiative to raise a topic with her father several times, his answers were perfunctory. After dinner, the Devers called Crystal and Agnes to the master bedroom on the second floor. Your Majesty, did something happen to Clotho? It was rare for Crystal to see the Devers with such an ugly expression, and she had been worried about Clotocatax for the past few days, so she felt extremely uneasy. The Devers let out a long sigh. It's not Clotho, it's Adoris. He's gone to Elisher. The first sentence made Crystal heave a sigh of relief, but the second sentence made her worried again. Adoris? How? He's always been so reassuring, and he's so strong, and he's already a captain. How? The Devers sighed again and said in a heavy tone, Clotho led the army to a decisive battle with the main army of Sparta. Sparta's attack was fierce, and the brigade led by Adoris was the main target. In the end, he suffered many wounds. Chrystoia's expression froze for a moment. Then she suddenly scolded, What is Clotho doing? As the commander of the army, why doesn't he take care of his brother? Has he forgotten how Adoris has taken care of him all these years? Sister. Agnes had come in late, and she had a cold personality. She didn't have deep feelings for Adoris, so she was able to remain calm when she heard the news. She sat next to Chrystoia and held her trembling hand tightly, comforting her in a soft voice. Clotho and Adoris have a deep friendship, so there's no way he wouldn't take care of his brother. I'm afraid this is an accident. Devers nodded and said in a low voice, King Agesilaus of Sparta is a cunning opponent. He formulated a sinister battle plan that caused the First Legion to fall into chaos and almost caused our army to be defeated in the battle. Fortunately, Clotho responded appropriately and won the battle in the end. The entire brigade, led by Adoris, was almost wiped out. This is the biggest loss in this battle. But How am I going to face Cynthia, Edu, and the child? Hot tears streamed down Kristoya's face as she sobbed. Ever since Adoris became independent, I haven't cared for him at all. I'm not a good mother. Devers gently pressed on his wife's shoulder and said emotionally, No, you've always been a good mother to Adoris, carefully raising him. On the other hand, I've never truly accepted him as my own child and was too strict with him. Now that I think about it, I really regret it. Kristoya looked at her husband with teary eyes, wiping away her tears as she comforted him. Your Majesty, don't blame yourself. Educating a child is a woman's job, and you're so busy. Kristoya's words didn't reduce the guilt in Devers's heart. He shook his head and stood up, saying, Agnes, stay here with Kristoya. I'm going out for a walk. It's so late. Where are you going? Agnes asked with concern. I'm standing on the cliff, looking at the Krati River. Devers really was standing on the hill, looking down at the Krati River in the evening. He still remembered that when he first moved to this hill more than a decade ago, it was pitch black all around him at night. Whirlpools constantly appeared on the surface of the river, reflecting the moonlight, making it seem especially serene. Coupled with the rumbling of the waves, it always made one's heart palpitate. But now, not only were the lights on both sides of the Krati River twinkling like the stars in the sky, but the lights in the river were also connected, swaying the surface of the river. These were the ships that entered the river port under the guidance of lighthouses, and some Dionia merchants had specially customized boats to serve as restaurants on the river. Liveliness and clamor had replaced the desolation and silence of the past. This was the result of decades of hard work by Devers, and it was also the change he had made to this world. At this thought, a sense of heroism rose from the bottom of his heart, dispelling the original guilt Devers felt. The news of the Dionysian army conquering Sparta quickly spread throughout Greece, causing many city-states to tremble in shock. At the same time, it also prompted some city-states to speed up the pace of joint resistance. Corinth was an active participant in the war between Dionia and Sparta, and had even been attacked by the Dionysian fleet in the port. Thus, the infuriated Corinth was one of the first city-states to join the anti-Dionia alliance. Now, it was very likely to become the next target of the Dionysian army. The restless Corinth carried out emergency military mobilization while asking for help from their allies. Argos had been hesitant during this war. In addition to not wanting to help their mortal enemy, Sparta, another important reason was that the envoy of Dionia, Chaereas, had once proposed to the Argos council, as long as they support Dionia after the war, Dionia will return Tesha, which was taken away by Sparta 100 years ago. Not Tesha in the Arcadia region, but a small city located in the northeast corner of Sparta's territory, adjacent to Argos' territory. The Argos were tempted, but soon wavered under the persuasion of the eloquent envoy of Athens. Later, as a close neighbor of Sparta, the Argos discovered that after Dionia occupied Sparta, they completely abolished the original political system of Sparta, turning the Piraeusai and Haliaci into new citizens of Sparta. Everything in Sparta changed except for the land. This made the Argos, who were also an oligarchy, feel terrified. They finally decided to join the anti-Dionia alliance, strengthening the defense of the border while reinforcing their friendly ally, Corinth. The people of Athens had long been mobilizing their military. After learning that the Dionysian army had completely occupied Sparta, the Council of Athens felt even more urgent. They repeatedly urged their allies and vassal states to send reinforcements and supplies to Athens as soon as possible. This was because Callistratus and the other generals knew that if Athens did not stand up for Sparta's fall and Dionia's strong performance, many of the less determined city-states would likely fall to Dionia's side. Therefore, Athens quickly formed an army of 10,000 men, led by Iphitrax, and marched with great fanfare to support Corinth. When the Thebes and their allies learned that Dionia had conquered Sparta, they were even more determined to maintain their neutrality. On the other hand, the city-states of Phocis and Locris in the west were influenced by the priests of Delphi and actively responded to the call of Athens. A total of 6,000 soldiers were sent to join the army of Athens. After Sparta was completely defeated, Pisa no longer had a strong support. Even without its previous promise, it was inevitable that it would eventually attach itself to Elis, which was also in the same region. Elis, which was previously hostile to Ionia, began to hesitate. This was because after Messenia and Sparta were both occupied by Ionia, and after the Arcadia Union became an ally of Ionia, Elis, which was located in the northwest corner of the Peloponnesus Peninsula, was completely surrounded by Ionia and its allies. Therefore, when the other city-states that joined the anti-Ionia alliance were actively taking action, Elis became more passive. After the Dionysian army gifted Tegea to Mandinia, the other city-states of the Arcadia Union hoped that Mandinia would return the territory of Tegea and work together with them to persuade the Dionysian army to forgive the captive citizens of Tegea and let them return to their homeland. How could the people of Mandinia be willing to spit out the fat meat that they had swallowed? In the face of the surging public opinion, the Lycomedes, who initially expressed opposition, finally changed their stance and defended the interests of Mandinia. The two sides quarreled endlessly, and some city-states even threatened to leave the Union. At this time, the news that the Dionysian army has occupied the entire territory of Sparta came. The quarrels of the Arcadia Union quickly stopped, and they quickly reached an agreement. They would send an envoy to Sparta to congratulate Ionia, their ally, and at the same time learn about the treatment of Sparta. In Thessaly, in northern Greece, Iason announced to the public in Pharsalus, as a member of the Greek city-states, the people of Thessaly will never sit back and watch the foreign races invade the land of Greece and bully our compatriots. He, Tarchus of Thessaly, will lead all the warriors of Thessaly to drive away the invaders and help our compatriots in the south reclaim their homeland. After he issued the military mobilization, the city-states and the races in the surrounding mountains of Thessaly all sent their troops and gathered in Pharsalus, within the territory of Persia. The entire western part of Asia Minor, today's Anatolia region in Turkey, was divided into many regions, and Phrygia was one of them. It had risen to become a kingdom hundreds of years ago, and its influence and territory in Asia Minor was enough to compete with the Hittite Empire. Even though it had now become a part of the territory of Persia, it still retained its unique culture and some special rights. Today, Phrygia was completely located in the center of Western Asia Minor, and it was not near the sea at all. However, when Phanabazos was the governor of Phrygia, he used his prestige to lease the coastal town of Aspendos in the southern region of Pisidia to serve as the port of Virginia. Today, Timotheus served as the commander of the fleet in this military port. Chapter 1205. The reason why this admiral, who had been banished by the people of Athens, was valued in Phrygia was not only because of his talent in naval warfare, but also because he was a good friend of the governor of Phrygia, Ariobazanes. How could a wandering citizen of Athens be friends with a respected governor of Persia? The reason could be traced back to a few decades ago. After the War of Peloponnesus, the famous admiral of Athens, Conon, fled to Persia. He was courteously received by Cyrus the Younger, who was the military commander of the western part of Asia Minor at that time, and settled down there. He had a close relationship with the nobles of Persia at that time, which laid the foundation for him to become the commander of the Persia's fleet in Asia Minor. His son, Timotheus, had lived in the western part of Asia Minor for many years and had befriended many young nobles of Persia. Ariobazanes was one of them. After Timotheus returned to Athens, the two of them often kept in touch. This time, when he was chased out of Athens, the first thing he thought of was to seek refuge with his good friend, who had become the governor of Phrygia. Ariobazanes was happy for the arrival of his good friend. He also knew his friend's ability very well, and after only half a year, he boldly promoted him to commander of the fleet. Today, Ariobazanes sent someone to inform Timotheus that he had something important to discuss with him. Although the messenger did not tell Timotheus what it was, he had a hunch that the thing he had been requesting for a long time had come to fruition. Therefore, he anxiously rode to the governor's mansion. Ariobazanes' residence was in the central town of Phrygia, Geldium, on the right bank of the Sacaria River. Timotheus finally arrived on the evening of the 5th day, after running 3 horses until they were exhausted. Ariobazanes, who had already received the messenger's message, personally went out to greet Timotheus. He said in a serious tone, "Timotheus, I am so sorry. I've already severely punished the messenger who brought you here. He didn't completely understand my orders and didn't explain it to you clearly. Actually, the matter wasn't urgent, but he made you rush here without any rest. If something happened to you on the way here, I would feel very guilty and uneasy. Luckily, Godmaz protected me." Timotheus was touched by Ariobazanes' concern. He quickly bowed and said, "Lord Viceroy." Ariobazanes immediately interrupted him with a displeased expression. "Hey, how come you've changed the way you address me in just a few months? First of all, you are my good friend, and then you are my subordinate. I hope that this friendship can be maintained for a long time, so you better call me like before." For the people of Athens who did not like to bow and scrape, this was exactly what Timotheus wanted. He immediately changed his tone. "Ario, why have you called me here?" Ariobazanes laughed and took his arm, leading him into the mansion. At the same time he said, "Although the messenger made a mistake, I am very happy to see you so soon. You must be tired and hungry after such a long journey. Go take a bath first, then we can eat together. We can talk while eating." With the help of the maidservants, Timotheus finished his bath and briefly told Ariobazanes about the situation of the Phrygian fleet. After listening carefully, Ariobazanes expressed his satisfaction with Timotheus's actions in Aspendus. Then he talked about some of the interesting things that happened between them when they were young. Timotheus also interjected from time to time. Although there were 5 or 6 maidservants in the dining hall, and only the 2 of them, the atmosphere was quite lively. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Ariobazanes said with a serious expression, "Timotheus, the last time you told me that you wanted to lead the fleet to support Athens and fight against the navy of Dionia. I can't agree to this." Hearing this, Timotheus was instantly disappointed. Although he did not show this emotion, he instantly maintained his silence. Ariobazanes saw this and calmly took out a letter from his pocket. He handed it to Timotheus and said, "Take a look at this first." Timotheus took the letter with a puzzled expression and opened it. Very soon his expression changed. "The king of Persia wants to attack Egypt, and he wants you to provide troops and supplies. He even asked me to lead the fleet to Tyre." Ariobazanes sighed. "When you made this request to me, I hesitated, not because I'm stingy, but because the Persian king is planning to attack Egypt. If I agree to your request and send the fleet to Athens, the Persian king will think that I'm not willing to provide him with military support, and with a suspicious and vengeful nature, I'm afraid he'll think that I'm not willing to provide him with military support and deliberately found such an excuse in advance. I'm afraid he won't let me off easily in the future. Sigh. Ever since the defeat of His Highness Cyrus, the king has had a bad impression of Asia Minor. When Sparta invaded our land, not only did he not provide any help, but he also supported Sparta's rule over Greece in the end. In the subsequent wars, Asia Minor contributed the most. Of course, we also suffered the greatest losses. Hearing this, not only did the dissatisfaction in Timotheus' heart disappear, but he also felt guilty. He said sincerely, "Ariobazanes, I was expelled from Athens. Not only did you take me in, but you also entrusted me with an important task. I'm very grateful. I shouldn't have made such a request and made it difficult for you. This is my fault." Ariobazanes shook his head and said helplessly, "Athens expelled you, but you still want to help Athens. I admire you very much. It's unfortunate that these 2 things happened together. Otherwise, Lord Phanabatzos would have done what he did." Phanabatzos persuaded the governors of Asia Minor to allow Canaan to lead the Western Asia Minor allied fleet to attack Sparta in retaliation for Agesilaus' destruction of Western Asia Minor. In the end, he also acquiesced to Canaan's decision to bring the warships into Athens. With our friendship, I would have provided you with even more support. Timotheus could only lament his bad luck. He was silent for a moment, then took a big gulp of wine. Then he asked doubtfully, I've never met the king of Persia. Why would he specifically mention me in his letter? Aeliobazines smiled and said, Timotheus, you underestimate yourself. You performed well in the war against Sparta, and you have proved to the world that you are an excellent naval commander who is no less talented than your father. I think the king who has been paying attention to the Greek war must have heard of your name. You have to know that although Persia is strong, we lack a good naval commander. Otherwise, we would not have lost so many naval battles against Greece in the past. Although the Egyptian navy is not strong, Aeliobazines sneered, but the king has suffered several defeats in the previous wars. This time, he will not allow himself to fail again. So, of course, he wants to choose a good naval commander to help him. In any case, this is a good thing for you. If you can get the king's appreciation, maybe you can ask him to lead the entire Persian navy to rescue Greece and fight against Ionia. Timotheus' heart skipped a beat. At that moment, he had already decided to go to Tyre. Aeliobazines obviously saw through his thoughts and said, Timotheus, if you agree to accept the king's invitation, can you do me 2 small favors? You are too kind, Aeliobazines. Ever since I left Athens and came to Phrygia, you have been taking care of me. I was worried that I would not have a chance to repay you. Let alone 2 favors, even if it is 100, as long as I can do it, I will do my best to help you. Okay, then I will say it directly. I spent a few years of Phrygia's taxes to barely build such a fleet. If you can be put in an important position by the king, I hope that you can do your best to protect my warships in the war against Egypt. Timotheus answered straightforwardly, Don't worry, I will do my best. The second favor is after you become the king's subordinate and participate in the war against Egypt, can you regularly write to me in detail about the movements of the entire army? There's a lot of trade between Phrygia and Egypt. I need to make some decisions according to the development of the war. The Phrygian merchants who are still in some towns in Egypt should either evacuate as soon as possible or seize some important resources and mines there. Timotheus hesitated for a moment before replying, I will write to you, but after arriving in Phrygia, I will be mainly responsible for the navy. I may not be very clear about the future movements of the army of Persia. Just do your best. Aeliobazines smiled and raised his glass. Let's toast. I wish you all the best in the war. Late at night, Aeliobazines' trusted servant, who had disappeared for a period of time, quietly returned to the governor's mansion. Aeliobazines summoned him alone in the study. Master, 15 days ago, I arrived at Samela in Cappadocia. The governor met me in secret. I showed him the letter you wrote and the letter written by the Pharaoh of Egypt. This is his reply. Aeliobazines quickly took the letter, and after reading it, a look of joy appeared on his face. Although the trusted servant was curious, he knew not to ask. However, Aeliobazines still could not help but say, Not only did Stridates agree to my suggestion, he decided to accept the Pharaoh's plan and join forces with us. He also took the initiative to persuade the governors of Paphlagonia, Lycaonia, and Armenia. Master, if you contact too many people, it will be difficult to keep it a secret. The trusted servant reminded worriedly. Chapter 1206. It can't be helped. Only by uniting the entire western part of Asia Minor will we have enough power to fight against the king. Aeliobazines said in a deep voice, Stridates is a cautious man. Since he dared to take the initiative to propose this, it means that he is confident in convincing the other governors and keeping the secret. After the Dionysian army occupied the territory of Sparta, the rest of the Greek city-states, led by Athens, were actively organizing an allied army to fight against the Dionysian army. At the same time, the Ministry of Military Affairs of Dionia conveyed an order from the king of Devers to Leotychides to gather the 8th Legion, the 15th Legion barracks in Syracuse, soldiers from Syracuse, the 16th Legion, barracks in Agrigento, soldiers from the south coast of Sicily, the 17th Legion, barracks in Lille, soldiers from the west coast of Sicily, the 4th Cavalry Legion, and the Namibian Light Cavalry Legion at Lille. When the transport fleet arrived, they would immediately head for Egypt. At the same time, another order from the Ministry of Military Affairs was sent to the Middle-Aids, requesting him to lead the Second Fleet and prepare for the expedition to Egypt. In addition, the King of Devers also issued an order to the Phoenician allies led by Carthage along the coast of Africa, requesting them to immediately assemble a large number of transport fleets and be responsible for transporting the Dionysian army gathered in Lille to Egypt. At the same time, the Ministry of Military Affairs transferred the former commander of the 14th Legion, Patroclus, who was still quelling the riots in Liguria, back to Turia and replaced him with Hasdrubal. At the same time, the Ministry of Military Affairs also issued an order to all the military camps in the region, except for the expedition to Peloponnesus and the army that was about to head for Egypt. All the other troops in the kingdom began to assemble. In addition, it was specifically stated that the River region must provide 6,000 soldiers and 2,000 Gallic cavalry. In addition, the Ministry of Military Affairs also transferred the Third Fleet, which was responsible for the security of the kingdom's west coast, to Brindisi for advance preparations. Although these orders meant that a large military operation was about to take place, the military camps announced to the public that they would be conducting joint training for the entire army. As such military training would take place at least once every 2 months, the people of various regions didn't feel anything out of the ordinary. However, in Turiae, the officials of the various departments of the Kingdom of Dionia were busy preparing for the upcoming war. On the surface, Dionia was still peaceful, but the clouds of war were already brewing in Greece. In June, Thessaly Tarchus Iazon led nearly 40,000 infantrymen and 4,000 cavalrymen across the Hot Spring Pass and entered central Greece. Even though he announced in a high-profile manner that this time the army is here to help the Greeks in the south and repel the foreign invaders. However, the people of central Greece were still feeling nervous. The people of the various cities all hid in the cities, closed the city gates, and strengthened their vigilance. Iazon was a man of his word. He tried his best to restrain the troops. Although there were still some incidents of soldiers looting the properties of villages outside the city, overall, the military discipline of the army was not bad. This greatly relieved the higher-ups of the cities. After entering the Pyotia region, Iazon sent an envoy to the city of Thebes and made a request to the council. Thessaly's army wanted to establish a long-term camp in the Thebes. The higher-ups of Thebes, led by Pelopidas and Epaminondas, argued tactfully that both Thessaly and Dionia were allies of the Thebes and had provided great help to the Thebes. Because of this, the Thebes had to remain neutral to avoid hurting the friendship of one party. If they agreed to Thessaly's request, they were afraid that Dionia would misunderstand and think that the Thebes had joined the anti-Dionia alliance, so they had to refuse. Iazon made this request to test the attitude of the Thebes. Therefore, he did not feel angry when he received a refusal. Instead, he patiently asked the messenger who returned. At that time, the attitude and reaction of everyone in the Council of Thebes gave him an idea. A few days later, the Thessaly army arrived at the northwestern border of Attica in Athens and built a camp near the city of Pyotia, Orops, which had a close relationship with Athens. This was discussed with Athens in advance. This was because the port of Orops was not small, and the sea distance between it and Philai was very close, so it was convenient to transport supplies and soldiers. The higher-ups of Athens, led by Callistratus, warmly welcomed the arrival of the Thessaly army led by Iazon. A day later, a military conference of the Greek alliance was held in Megara on the Isthmus of Corinth. The generals of the city-states who had joined the alliance expressed their opinions. Many generals of the Greek city-states suggested that they should use the geographical advantage of the isthmus to hoard a large number of soldiers in the city of Corinth to defend against the attack of the Dionysian army, just like during the Corinth War more than a decade ago. The invasion of the Daionia army across the sea would consume a lot of resources, which was not conducive to a long-term war. In the end, they would inevitably choose to stop the war and seek peace. The generals of Peloponnesus, led by Agos and Corinth, expressed their opposition. They believed that now that the Dionysian army had conquered Messenia and Sparta, and Arcadia had also become its ally, the power of the Daionia and Peloponnesus had become very strong. If the allied forces did not take the initiative to attack, but passively defended, the Daionia army would definitely turn to attack other parts of Peloponnesus. Once it completely conquered the whole of Peloponnesus, not only would it weaken the strength of the Greek alliance, but the Dionysian army would also be able to attack Corinth with all its might. It was hard to say whether they could defend Corinth in the end. Now, the number of allied forces had reached 80,000, far exceeding the number of soldiers of the Dionysian army. It was completely possible for them to take the initiative to attack and defeat the Dionysian army in Sparta. After both sides expressed their opinions, Iazon spoke. Everyone, the reason why the Greek alliance was established was to repel the invasion of Daionia and to ensure the freedom and safety of the Greek city-states. If we only defend Corinth, it would be equivalent to giving up the entire Peloponnesus peninsula. This is not only contrary to the original intention of the alliance, but it will also cause the city-states that join the alliance to complain about each other and destroy the unity. Therefore, I propose that we should not waste any more time. We should immediately lead the allied forces into Peloponnesus and quickly fight the Dionysian army. We should defeat them and let the people of Sparta regain their freedom. With his hands on his hips, Iazon looked at the generals in the hall and announced loudly, "If you don't agree with me, or if you keep arguing and wasting time, then I will lead the Thessaly army to the south and fight the Dionysian army alone." Iazon's words were like a stone thrown into a deep pool. While it stirred up waves, it also received a positive response from the generals of Corinth and Agos. "We, the citizens of Corinth, Agos, will follow the Thessaly army to attack Daionia." Although the Thessaly army accounted for half of the total number of soldiers in the alliance, the Greek city-states did not pay much attention to Thessaly army, which had been on the fringes of Greece's traditional power for decades. Therefore, Iazon did not have much prestige in this alliance. However, the support of the two powerful city-states had boosted Iazon's reputation. So far, the number of soldiers that Athens had sent to Corinth was only half of the Thessaly army. However, with Sparta's decline, most of the Greek city-states were more willing to follow the lead of Athens. Therefore, the generals of the other city-states had turned their attention to another person, the famous general of Athens, Iphicrates. The veteran general glanced at Iazon, then looked around the crowd and said in a steady voice, "I agree that the alliance should seize the time and take the initiative to seek a decisive battle with the Dionysian army. However, at the same time, we have to do two things. First, we must immediately send messengers to the Arcadia Union and persuade them to join our side against Daionia. Now that the alliance has the upper hand, there is a high possibility that the Arcadia Union will side with us. After all, Daionia is an outsider. If we succeed, it will enhance the strength of the alliance and at the same time provide greater convenience for us to fight in Peloponnesus. If we are refused, we can attack the Arcadia Union without fear of repercussions. Second, the reason why Daionia was able to defeat Sparta has a lot to do with the fact that Daionia has a strong navy. They were able to use their fleets to land in Messenia and quickly occupy the territory of Messenia. Therefore, we must also be careful of Dionia's old tricks. While our army is fighting in Peloponnesus, they will land on our defenseless rear, cut off our retreat, and threaten our motherland. That will be a huge disaster. Therefore, I suggest that we leave some troops behind to guard the beaches in central Greece that can be landed, especially the port of Calixus in the Boeotia region. It must be firmly controlled by the alliance. But Calixus now belongs to the Thebes, someone reminded. In a situation where most of the Greek city-states have gathered together to fight against the invading outsiders, the Thebes, as a powerful city-state in central Greece, have chosen to stay neutral. This is really not right. However, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, We have temporarily tolerated the stubbornness of the Thebes because of the impending war. Iphicrates said with a stern expression, however, the inaction of the Thebes will inevitably cause us to distrust them. Therefore, we should send messengers to the Thebes and clearly tell them that we will temporarily take over Calixus and will return it to them after the war. If the Thebes do not agree, then we will see them as enemies and attack them. Chapter 1207. Most of the generals agreed with the first suggestion. As for the second suggestion, everyone agreed with it as well, but there were still some dissenting voices. We agree with you, General Iphicrates. It is very important to ensure the safety of our retreat. Calixus must be controlled by us. This was the positive response from the generals of the Sea Alliance in Athens. The Thebes are traitors. It is they who colluded with Dionia that caused the terrible situation in Greece today. They must be punished. Not only do we want to control Calixus, but we should also let the other city-states of the Phaeocia alliance gain independence. This was the clamor from the people of Phocis and Locris. We have the advantage in numbers. The Thebes should agree with our suggestion. There is no need for us to provoke the Thebes to prevent them from giving up their neutrality and turning to Dionia. Our priority now is to defeat the Dionysian army. This was the opinion of the generals of Corinth, Argos, and Megara. Only a few of the generals of the Phaeocia alliance, who had joined the Greek alliance, remained silent. Iphicrates' suggestion was quickly accepted by the generals. This made Iason realize that a large number of troops could not guarantee the right to command the entire alliance. A few days later, the army of the Greek alliance began to gather at Corinth. At this moment, the messenger sent by Clotocatax arrived at Mandinia. The commander of Dionia hopes that we will withdraw all the citizens stationed in Tegea and defend Mandinia city for a while. Lycomedes said to the others in the council after reading the letter with a serious expression. As one of the initiators of the establishment of the Arcadia Union, Lycomedes was originally elected by the citizens of Mandinia to be the main counselor of the Arcadia Union. He was responsible for the important task of establishing and perfecting the Union. However, after Mandinia annexed Tegea, it had a conflict of interest with the other city-states in the alliance. Even though the quarrel was temporarily quelled, cracks had already appeared between Mandinia and the other city-states. With Lycomedes as the leader, the Mandinia councillors were obviously alienated and ostracized by the other councillors. Coincidentally, the emissary of the Greek Union arrived at Megaloboris and threatened the Arcadia Union. You must immediately tear up the alliance with Dionia and join the Greek Union. Otherwise, you will be attacked by the allied forces. After learning about the shocking number of Greek allied forces, and because the Dionysian army had completely retreated to Sparta's territory, the Arcadia Union felt great pressure from the threat of the Greek allied forces. Therefore, most of the councillors began to hesitate, and only a few of them clearly expressed that they could accept the emissary's request. Only Lycomedes and a few other councillors from Mandinia were adamantly against it. Their vehement emotions caused the Arcadia Union to not respond to the emissary's request. However, when night fell, the emissary secretly contacted and discussed with the councillors from many cities, but he did not come to Lycomedes. Therefore, during the meeting of the Arcadia Union the next day, when they continued to discuss the issue, they passed the resolution to sever ties with Dionia and join the Greek Union with a majority of votes. Lycomedes could not accept such an outcome. He angrily criticized the short-sightedness of the Arcadia Union, believing that such treachery would definitely be punished by the gods. After that, Lycomedes led a few councillors from Mandinia and left Megaloboris decisively, returning to his homeland. This actually meant that Mandinia and the Arcadia Union had broken off relations. At this time, when the councillors from Mandinia heard Lycomedes' words, they all felt nervous. Someone asked anxiously, now that the Greek Union has gathered a large army in Corinth and is about to invade the south, we, Mandinia, have not betrayed our alliance with Dionia like the other Arcadia city-states, and will definitely become the first target of this army. Shouldn't Dionia honor the alliance and save us? The emissary, Koreas, faced the agitated counselors from Mandinia and said calmly, "Judging from the current situation of the war, the enemy's military strength has obviously exceeded the army of Dionia in Peloponnesus. It is not a wise decision to fight them head-on at this time. Therefore, His Highness Clotocatax hopes that you can hold the city of Mandinia first and wait for the new Dionia reinforcements to arrive in Peloponnesus before deciding the outcome of the battle with the enemy. Our Dionia is strong, and we have no less than 200,000 regular soldiers. As long as we have enough time for them to reach Peloponnesus, we will definitely win this war. Of course, the enemy is strong now. If you feel that you do not have enough manpower, we will send reinforcements to help you defend the city." When the counselors from Mandinia heard that the kingdom of Dionia had no less than 200,000 soldiers, they were a little surprised, but they gradually calmed down. From their point of view, the Dionysian army was very strong. They had easily conquered the powerful Sparta with only 30,000 soldiers. Moreover, they had so many soldiers in the kingdom. Even if they easily sent tens of thousands of soldiers, it would not be difficult for them to defeat the so-called Greek Union army. The commander of Dionia wants us to abandon Tegea. Is this a temporary retreat or a long-term retreat? Lycomedes asked anxiously. This was because Mandinia had broken off relations with the Arcadia alliance, causing his previous efforts to go to waste. The root cause was Tegea, and he did not want to wait until the war was over for Mandinia to return empty-handed, with nothing to show for it. Of course, it is a temporary retreat. Koreas more or less understood the thoughts of the Mandinians, so he said loudly, "Since we, Dionia, have promised that the land of Tegea will belong to Mandinia, we will never go back on this promise. Also, I have brought another promise made by His Highness Clotocatax." As Koreas spoke, he took out a letter from his pocket and handed it to Lycomedes. Lycomedes took the letter. After reading it, he looked at Koreas in surprise. Koreas said loudly with a solemn expression, "Our wise king of Devers once said, 'Only in times of danger will you know who your true friend is.' Although it has not been long since we came to Peloponnesus, we have experienced many betrayals. Only Mandinia has always stood firmly on our side, not wavering even when the enemy's army is pressuring our borders. Your performance has won the trust of Dionia, so His Highness Clotocatax promised that after the victory of the war, Mandinia will fully support Mandinia in rebuilding the Arcadia Union." Korea's words made all the counselors in the hall excited. They all said that Mandinia would defend the city according to Dionia's request and wait for the arrival of Dionia's reinforcements. At this moment, Lycomedes also swept away his previous gloominess and began to think in his mind. This new Arcadia Union must not be as indiscriminate as before. It should be like the Thebes and the Pyotia Union, with Mandinia as the absolute center. A few days later, the Greek coalition army entered the territory of Arcadia. After failing to persuade them to surrender, they surrounded the city of Mandinia. On the second day, Thessaly's army, which was the most proactive, took the lead in launching an attack on the city. However, the Mandinian defenders, who had already received reinforcements from Dionia, easily defeated the coalition army's attack. In the next few days, the coalition army did not make much progress in attacking the city and had to temporarily turn to a siege. Its main force continued to move south, seeking a decisive battle with the Dionysian army. 2 days later, Thessaly's army, which was the vanguard, occupied the city of Tegea. Although Tegea was now an empty city and there was no fighting, the news still shocked the other cities of Peloponnesus, who did not know the truth. Soon, the Arcadia Union fulfilled the new covenant and sent 3,000 soldiers. Elis, who had been hesitating, finally sent an envoy to the coalition army and made a request to join the alliance. Even the cities of Achaia, which had been neutral before, sent envoys and made the same request. In an instant, the Greek coalition army's power and prestige increased greatly. After a discussion, the generals of the coalition army, led by Iphicrates and Iazon, decided that the armies of Elis, the Arcadia Union, and the cities of Achaia would attack Messenia, while the main force of the coalition army would attack Sparta. The Greek coalition army continued to move south and reach the border of the Arcadia region. However, they did not expect that after the Daionia expeditionary force occupied the territory of Sparta, according to the instructions of the king of Devers, the Ministry of Military Affairs issued an order. The Greek city-states were forming a coalition army in an attempt to defeat the expeditionary force. Therefore, they requested Clotocatax to lead the army to defend the territories of Messenia and Laconia and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. Clotocatax obeyed the order and accepted the suggestion of Printos and several other generals. He built a number of defense camps along the main roads and mountain ridges on the northern border of Sparta and Messenia. Not only did tens of thousands of soldiers participate, but the Periasians and the former Helioists also actively responded. Therefore, in just 2 months, the Dionysian army had established a preliminary system of defense facilities at the two borders. The Greek coalition army was soon hindered by these complex Daionia-style defense camps. This was especially true in the northern part of Sparta, where the mountains were continuous and the terrain was narrow. The coalition army's superior forces could not be deployed at all, and camping and resting became a big problem. On the other hand, the Dionysian army held on to the strategic terrain. Not only did they block the enemy's offensive, but they also launched night attacks from time to time, causing casualties to the Greek coalition army, who had to camp in all directions. Chapter 1208. Since it was difficult to break through from the front, the Allied generals decided to take another route after some discussion. They left the main force to continue attacking from the north to confuse and restrain the Daionia army, while more than 10,000 soldiers went around to Agos. This army was mainly drawn from the armies of Thessaly and Athens, and was mainly made up of Illyrian and Thracian light shield-bearers. Iphicrates personally led the army. They were prepared to cross the mountains from the northeastern border of Sparta and launch a surprise attack on Tethya, not Tegea. After capturing it, it would become a relay base for the Allied army. From there, they could continue to attack south. Without a doubt, the situation would be much better. However, the secret movements of the Greek Allied army did not escape the eyes of the scouts in the mountains. Printos, who received the news, immediately guessed the intentions of the Greeks. He advised Clotocatax to quickly adjust the military deployment. When Iphicrates led the light shields men over the mountains and arrived at Tesha panting, he was shocked to find that the Dionysian army was already waiting there. Iphicrates decisively ordered a retreat, but the Dionysian army quickly gave chase. Although the Illyrian and Thracian mountain people were good at running in the mountains, they were already exhausted, and many of them were caught up by the well-rested light armored soldiers of Daionia. As a result, before the battle had even begun, nearly 1,000 of the Greek allied army had been captured. Even Iphicrates himself was depressed. The Greek allied generals had to discuss again, and finally decided to change the direction of attack and concentrate on attacking Messenia, because the terrain in the north was flatter and wider than the northern border of Sparta. After the conquest of Sparta, the first flotilla of Daionia soon received an order from the Ministry of Military Affairs to stop the routine patrols in the Aegean Sea. Except for some warships to defend the southern waters of Peloponnesus, its main force was to cooperate with the 3rd Fleet, the 9th Legion, and the 10th Legion to attack the 4 islands on the west coast of the Greek mainland. From north to south, there were Kerkyra, Leucas, Chaeronea, and Zakynthos. Not long after Kerkyra became an ally of Athens, Leucas, Chaeronea, and Zakynthos all belonged to the Peloponnesus alliance. Previously, after the Dionysian army raided Messenia, in order not to arouse the hatred of the Greek city-states, they did not take any military action against them, even though fleets carrying supplies passed by these 3 islands every day. They only sent the 3rd Fleet to patrol the area from time to time to deter them. When the people of these 4 islands learned that the Dionysian army had captured Messenia and declared war on Sparta, they were frightened every day and did not dare to take any hostile action against Daionia. But they did not expect that the thing they were most worried about still happened. Kerkyra had suffered many wars in the past 2 or 3 years, and like a grass on the fence, it would side with Sparta one moment and then with Athens the next. In the face of the more powerful Dionysian army, the Kerkyra people directly chose to surrender. Dionia's landing troops immediately seized the few remaining warships and strictly controlled the entry and exit of several ports on the island. Following that, the weaker Leucas and Chaeronea also chose to surrender. Only the people of Zakynthos put up a resistance. But for Dionia to attack a small island with 2 legions and nearly 10,000 infantrymen, it was like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. In less than 4 days, they completely conquered Zakynthos. The surrender of the 4 islands of Kerkyra, Leucas, Chaeronea, and Zakynthos meant that the west coast of the Greek mainland could be completely blocked by the Dionysian fleet. During this period, the people of Elis opposite Zakynthos were very nervous. They hurriedly transferred the troops that were attacking Messenia back and deployed them on the coast to defend against the possible landing of the Dionysian army. This could be considered as relieving the defensive pressure on Messenia. At the same time, Leonidas led his army and boarded the fleet provided by the Phoenician alliance, led by Carthage. Under the escort of the Second Fleet, they sailed eastward along the coast of Africa. Along the way, they encountered 2 storms. Fortunately, the Phoenicians traveled this route all year round and were very familiar with the sea conditions. They went ashore in time to take shelter, so the entire fleet and the fleet did not suffer any major losses. After 7 or 8 days, the huge fleet entered the waters near Egypt. To prevent any accidents, Leotychides quickly led the army to the beach near the western part of the Nile Delta. In fact, there was no need for him to be so nervous. The king of Persia, Artaxerxes, had just arrived in Phoenicia with the undead army. At this time, although there were already thousands of Persia warships gathered in Tyre, they came from different regions, including the Phrygian fleet led by Timotheus, and lacked a unified command. The appointment of the commander of the navy would be decided by Artaxerxes after he personally met with the various admirals. Therefore, during this period, some of the Persia admirals were busy in Tyre and did not have much energy to manage the fleet. Hundreds of thousands of sailors from different regions crowded the various ports of Tyre with nothing to do. It was inevitable that there would be conflicts and conflicts. The people of Tyre and the admirals of the various fleets were already having a headache just to maintain order. How could they have the mood to actively carry out combat missions? Only Timotheus insisted on leading the Phrygian fleet to patrol the waters near Egypt once every 4 days. It was not only to scout the enemy's situation, but also to familiarize themselves with the sea. Even though this task was relatively easy, the Phrygian crew still had a lot of resentment. Coincidentally, on this day, the Phrygian fleet did not go on patrol. In fact, even if it went on patrol, it would be impossible for the Phrygian fleet to fight against the Second Fleet of Dionia, which was tasked with the task of guarding the fleet. Hundreds of thousands of Persia's army gathered in Phoenicia. It was a huge scene. Egypt was only separated from it by the small Canaan kingdom, and the sea route was even closer. Therefore, the news that the Persia army was about to invade had already spread throughout Egypt. At this time, the arrival of nearly 40,000 Dionysian army undoubtedly gave the panicking Egyptians a shot in the arm. The reinforcements of Dionia were first warmly welcomed by the people of Naucratis, who had the tradition of Greek colonization. The Persia officials of the city did their best to satisfy any request made by Leotychides. When Pharaoh Tanis received the news, he was overjoyed and personally went to welcome the reinforcements. This was an unprecedented honor for the reinforcements of Dionia. Because of this, Leotychides agreed to the pharaoh's request. All the soldiers were fully armed, lined up in neat columns, and walked along the banks of the Nile River to Memphis. This was equivalent to an armed parade. When the Egyptians heard the news, they lined the streets to welcome them. The mighty image of the Dionysian army greatly increased their confidence in fighting against the Persia. After completing the transport mission, the Second Fleet and the Phoenician fleet began to return west. However, when they reached the waters of Cyrenaica, the Second Fleet did not continue west. Instead, they turned north, passed through Crete, and entered Lagania Bay, where they met up with the First Fleet. At the end of July, when the Greek coalition army was unable to break through the defense lines set up by the Dionysian army on the northern border of Messenia and Sparta, all the port towns of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia on the east and south coasts of the Italian peninsula suddenly became lively. Hundreds of cargo ships gathered at the various ports, and the people of the towns also gathered at the ports with the young and old. They welcomed the troops of their loved ones to board the cargo ships, while praying for Hades to bless them with glory. On this day, from the northernmost Rominium to the east-central Sipentum, to Brindisi and Odrum, and then to the southernmost Locri, Silatina, Crotone, Turiae, and Tarentum, ships full of soldiers sailed out of these port towns one after another, gradually forming a long line on the sea. They crossed the Adriatic Sea, passing through Kerkyra, Lucas, Kephallonia, Zakynthos, and so on. These islands were now under the complete control of Dionia. The fleet could stop at any of the islands to rest and replenish food and water. Moreover, several fleets of Dionia made full use of these islands to conduct a relatively tight blockade of the west coast of the Greek mainland. So the Greeks, especially the Elysians, had no idea that thousands of ships full of Aurelian soldiers were continuously passing through the waters near them. These transport ships then converged at Messenia Bay and Lagania Bay, entered the ports one after another, and docked. Due to the approach of the Greek allied forces, the Sparta people were once again restricted. Their adult men were temporarily restricted to live in the port of Silis, while their women and children were forced to return to the warrior training camp, and were guarded by thousands of fully armed black rogues who had already been allocated land. Agesilaus was very angry about this, and once protested to Clotocatax, but the prince gave a good reason. One of the main reasons for the Greek allied forces to declare war on Dionia was to save Sparta, for the safety of the Dionysian army, and to prevent some Sparta people from doing something wrong and causing the entire Sparta people to fall into an extremely bad situation. Such measures had to be taken. Now that he was on the chopping block, Agesilaus could not do anything even though he was angry, and had to retreat resentfully. Once they became the master, the black rogues were very serious and strict with their former master. This made the Sparta warriors feel very aggrieved, and a fire burned in their hearts. However, today they were surprised to see that Lagania Bay was filled with densely packed ships, and fully armed Dionia soldiers continuously disembarked from the ships. The entire coast of Sparta was filled with people. How many soldiers were there? Chapter 1209. However, today the Sparta warriors were shocked to see that the Lagania Bay was filled with ships. Fully armed Dionia soldiers disembarked from the ships continuously. The entire coast of Sparta was filled with people. How many soldiers were there? They were extremely shocked. They had seen the tens of thousands of Dionia's army before, and deeply felt the huge gap in their numbers. They did not expect that there would be more Dionia soldiers this time, and they were definitely not just there to make up the numbers. In the eyes of these experienced Sparta warriors, these Dionia soldiers were not only well armed, but also orderly and disciplined. They should be able to fight. Agesilaus was one of the Spartans who witnessed this scene. At that moment, his heart suddenly fell to the bottom of the valley, and despair drowned him like a tide. His body swayed, and he was about to fall. Xenophon, who was beside him, quickly held him up. "Don't worry. There's still hope." Xenophon comforted him softly. Aias looked at the dark coast and was silent for a long time before letting out a hoarse sigh. "May Zeus bless us." Xenophon also looked at the bustling coast. Although he had seen the prosperity of the center of the kingdom of Dionia, he was not calm after witnessing the power of the Dionysian army. He suddenly remembered what the Devers had said decades ago when they parted. He wants to build a brand new country in the Western Mediterranean, and he invites me to join. Xenophon did not think much of it at that time, but now it seemed that the Devers had fulfilled his promise. At this moment, Xenophon suddenly felt a little regretful. The Sparta people watched the arrival of the Dionia reinforcements in fear, while Clotocatax, Printos, and the other garrison generals happily welcomed the reinforcements led by Patroclus into the city of Sparta. After a brief tour of the city's main scenery, the group of people entered the heavily guarded meeting hall and held a military meeting. Clotocatax originally wanted Patroclus to sit at the head of the table because he was the commander-in-chief of the reinforcements appointed by the king of Devers. The reinforcements had far more soldiers than the Dionysian army stationed in Sparta, and they also had an important mission. Patroclus should be the youngest military commander since the establishment of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia. During the Gallic War, the regional governor of Rome, Assists, once commented on him in private, saying that he was brilliant in military affairs, but young and successful, inevitably too arrogant and prone to neglect others. But Patroclus, who had honed himself in the River region for several years, was clearly much calmer than when he was first appointed as the commander of the 14th Army. After he was transferred back to Thurii, Cynthia, who was grieving over the loss of her brother, had solemnly warned him many times to make him understand that Clotocatax was no longer the quiet, hard-working, middle-level official of the kingdom he was in Rome, but the successor of the king of Devers who was working hard to cultivate his prestige in the army. So he politely refused Clotocatax's suggestion and insisted on sitting at the head of the table. After everyone was seated, Clotocatax coughed softly and said in a clear voice, "First of all, on behalf of the soldiers stationed in Messenia and Laconia, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you. Recently, the Greek allied forces have been launching continuous attacks on us. Even though the soldiers have been holding the line, they are still under a lot of pressure. Your arrival has boosted their confidence." Clotocatax paused for a moment, took out a letter from his pocket, and said with a straight face, "Commander Patroclus has sent me a letter from His Majesty. In his heart, His Majesty praised us for our outstanding performance in the previous battle. It is a great achievement to be able to conquer the hegemon of Greece, Sparta, in such a short time." Hearing this, Printos, Olivers, Trotyras, and the others subconsciously puffed out their chests. Clotocatax's gaze swept across their faces and finally landed on the somewhat absent-minded Tessus. He continued in a gentle tone, "His Majesty also mentioned that although we have achieved the expected goal, the expeditionary army has still paid a heavy price. However, this is unavoidable. After all, we are fighting against Sparta, who dominates Greece with their military strength and not the weak Tarentum. Many soldiers have died in the battle, but this is war. His Majesty has been through hundreds of battles, and he will not blame anyone for this. On the contrary, he encourages us not to have any concerns, to continue to unite as one, to fight with all our strength, and finally achieve the strategic goal set by the kingdom." Clotocatax's words made the garrison generals feel greatly relieved, especially Tessus, whose face instantly looked much better. Clotocatax saw that his words had an effect, and he was also happy. He knew very well that Adoras's death was not only a heavy burden on him, but also on the generals who fought against Peloponnesus. Especially Tessus, his face was written with self-blame almost every day. Clotocatax did not resent Tessus, only sympathy. Under the circumstances of the sudden change of the battle, as the commander-in-chief he was already panicking, but Tessus was able to take a more timely and correct response, thus ensuring that the First Legion was not defeated by Sparta, laying the foundation for the final victory of the battle. For this reason, he had talked to Tessus in private once, but the effect was not obvious. Fortunately, the Devers wrote the letter in time. Although the letter did not directly mention Adoras's name, it let Tessus feel that the Devers understood and encouraged him, so the whole state of mind of Tessus changed. Patroclus looked at the scene in front of him silently. When he received the news of Adoras's death, he was indeed shocked and sad, but not as sad as his wife. After all, he and Adoras did not have a good relationship. Adoras had an inexplicable hostility towards him, so the two of them did not interact much. At this moment, what surprised him was the change in Clodocatax. A few years ago, when he was the commander of the legion in Rome, he was very close to Clodocatax. In his impression, the young prince was gentle, serious, diligent, and amiable. But today, when he saw him again, the young prince's speech and behavior were a bit more dignified. "Commander Patroclus." Clodocatax looked at his brother-in-law and said loudly, "Next, please tell us about the follow-up military plan that His Majesty and the Ministry of Military Affairs have discussed and formulated." Patroclus came back to his senses, looked around, and said in a clear voice, "Everyone who has been fighting here for more than 3 months, according to the latest military plan drawn up by His Majesty, you will still need to hold on here independently for a period of time, because the army I am leading is not here to reinforce you." "What?" Hearing this, Olivers, Tegthinus, and the other generals were surprised, while Printos looked pensive. Without waiting for them to ask, Patroclus continued, "The Ministry of Military Affairs has made a deduction before. The Peloponnesus Peninsula is not large, but there are many mountains. If we fight the enemy head-on in Messenia and Laconia, we will not be able to fully deploy our superior forces. Although we can repel them, we will not be able to destroy them better. On the contrary, the defeated Greek coalition forces will retreat to their own city-states, which will greatly extend the time it takes for us to conquer Greece. And our army wants to land on the flank of the Greek coalition forces and carry out a pincer attack. The only place suitable for a large-scale landing is Elis, because our previous conquest of Zacynthus, Caronia, and other islands has already strengthened their defenses along the coast. Furthermore, the Greek coalition forces are south of Elis, and reinforcements can arrive at any time. Landing there will undoubtedly cost us a lot, and we may not succeed. In addition, the Ministry of Military Affairs has also received intelligence that the Greek coalition forces have strengthened their defenses along the coast of Attica and Paeotia. But it is useless for them to do so. His Majesty has already set the target for our surprise attack." With an expression of admiration, Patroclus said in a more serious tone, "That is Thessaly. It is reported that more than half of the Greek coalition forces are Thessaly soldiers, and their combat power is also the strongest. They are the absolute main force of the Greek coalition forces. We have to take advantage of the fact that their rear is empty to send a large army to quickly launch a surprise attack and occupy the entire territory of Thessaly. Then, the Thessaly army that is still fighting here will inevitably collapse without a fight. When the Thessaly army retreats, the Greek coalition forces will naturally collapse." Olivers and the other generals were suddenly enlightened after hearing this. Printos revealed a look of understanding and cautiously reminded them, "The Greek coalition forces know that they are strengthening their defenses along the coast in central Greece, so they should not ignore Thessaly." "Sir Printos is right. The Ministry of Military Affairs has received news from Philai that Iazon has indeed sent troops to strengthen the defense of the southern coast of Philai." Patroclus did not dare to belittle the chief of staff of the Ministry of Military Affairs, who was wise and had made great contributions. He explained in a serious manner, "But our main landing point is not in the east of Thessaly, but in the north, in the territory of Peleus and Macedonia, and in the south in Lamia. Although Macedonia did not join the Greek coalition, it has lent its soldiers to Sparta and Athens. In fact, they are hired. It is also the enemy of Dionia. The Lamia region was forced to rely on Iazon not long ago, and Peleus is far away from the center of Thessaly. Their strength is not strong, and they are not very loyal to Iazon. So far, we have not found that they have strengthened their defenses along the coast." As Printos listened, he recalled the geography of the east coast of Greece and the situation of the sea. After pondering for a while, he asked again, "How many soldiers are participating in the landing battle?" "There are the 2nd Legion, Legio, 3, 5th Legion, 9th Legion, 10th Legion, 11th Legion, 12th Legion, 13th Legion, 2nd and 3rd Cavalry Legions, Gallic Brigade, including 6,000 Gallic warriors and 2,000 Gallic cavalry. 2,000 Balearic catapults. There are 80,000 soldiers who are going to land directly for the battle. As Patroclus said, he suddenly thought of something. Oh, yes, including the fleet infantry of the 3 fleets that are escorting us. There are nearly 100,000 combat soldiers in total. When Patroclus finished, the generals present widened their eyes. 100,000 soldiers were deployed at once. What a grand scene it would be! Chapter 12:10. Since the establishment of Daionia, there had only been 2 large-scale battles like this. During the War of the Western Mediterranean, the king of Devers personally led the main force to fight against Carthage's army in Sicily. However, some of the soldiers in that war were provided by their allies, so there were a lot of impurities in the 100,000 soldiers. The second time was during the War of Gaul, when Leotychides led the army to conquer Mountain Gaul. But in fact, the main force led by him did not have 100,000 soldiers. Including the division led by Patroclus, it only exceeded 100,000 soldiers. The Balearic Stoners were a special army of Daionia, officially organized by the Ministry of Military Affairs. They were trained by the 18th Legion stationed in the Iberian region, and occasionally participated in battles against the Iberian natives. The Gaul Brigade was also a regular army. The Ministry of Military Affairs referred to the former Rome Reserve Brigade, hoping to eventually turn it into a regular army through time. It had been trained and commanded by the 14th Legion stationed in the Pariva region, and had also participated in the war against the Ligurians together with the border army. Now, Liguria had basically been pacified except for a few places that were still resisting stubbornly. The Gaul Brigade's contributions could not go unnoticed, and Patroclus was able to lead such a huge army to carry out such an important battle at such a young age. It was truly enviable. Olivers, Tegthenos, and the other generals watched Patroclus speak with great confidence and awe, but not a hint of disdain. After all, Patroclus had come up with several miraculous strategies in Etruria, wiping out the invading Roman army in a very short time. Later on, he had stationed his army in Mountain Gaul, and in a few years not only stabilized the Pariva region, but also almost conquered Liguria. That was why he could become the commander-in-chief of the landing campaign, because of his outstanding leadership skills and past achievements, and not because he was the son-in-law of the Devers king. Printos, on the other hand, did not have these complicated thoughts. His mind was focused on the upcoming landing operation. He furrowed his brows and continued to ask, 100,000 soldiers will require at least 2,000 ships to transport, and there will be multiple landing sites. There are many islands on the east coast of Greece, and the coastline is winding. How will we be able to reach the landing site as quickly and accurately as possible? How could they ensure the safety of the fleet at sea? Let me answer these questions. Sicerian took the responsibility and said, the maritime security of this landing operation will be handled by me, Mytilades, and Stephacas. The first flotilla, second flotilla, and third flotilla, a total of 1,200 warships, will escort all the fleets transporting soldiers and supplies and participate in the battle when appropriate. Currently, there were only 2 city-states in the Greek alliance that could cause trouble for the transport fleet, Athens and Thessaly. According to intelligence, the Athens Navy had more than 80 warships, of which 50 were 3-tiered warships. Recently, due to the support of its naval allies, there might be more than 100. The Athens Navy's tactical ability is relatively strong. Their ship handling skills are high, and they are aggressive. 7 days ago, the main force of our navy assisted the army on the west coast to capture the island. The Athens fleet actually quietly approached Lagania Bay and fought with the first flotilla fleet that stayed behind. Because the people of Athens were not familiar with our tactics, they lost several warships and later took the initiative to retreat. This was also a small victory for our navy. On the other hand, Thessaly's fleet has only been established a few years ago. However, it is said that Ison has invested a lot in it, and now there are nearly 100 warships in it. However, it has yet to engage in any major battles. Up until now, our intelligence personnel have not seen this fleet patrolling the sea. A fleet that likes to stay in the port doesn't possess any combat power. So according to the analysis of the enemy's situation, our Navy made the following combat deployment on the day of the landing. The Second Fleet and the Third Fleet left the port before the transport fleet set off. The battleships of the Second Fleet blockaded Saron Bay, and the Third Fleet blockaded Pegasa Bay, the bay to the east of Thessaly, to prevent the warships of Athens and Thessaly from going out to sea to attack the transport fleet. The 5 subfleets of the First Flotilla Fleet escorted each transport fleet to the landing land. At this point, Sicurian swallowed his saliva, moistened his throat, and continued, "In addition, I want to talk about the transport fleet that landed this time. When the Ministry of Military Affairs recruited transport ships in various port towns of the kingdom a month ago, they deliberately chose merchant ships that were familiar with the coastal routes of northern Greece. In this regard, the Chamber of Commerce in various regions provided great help, so there was no need to worry about the crew not being familiar with the routes. Moreover, the Ministry of Military Affairs took the time to organize the more than 2,000 transport ships, clarify their respective tasks, and conduct unified training, so there was no need to worry about the fleet being too disorderly during the landing. During this season, the Aegean Sea has more southerly winds, so we will choose the day when the southern winds are stronger as the landing day. According to my judgment, it may only take half a day for the fleet to reach the destination." Printos listened carefully, and his frown did not completely relax. "When our huge fleet sails to the north, the threat that we will face may not only be the navy of Athens and Thessaly. I know that Lord Printos is talking about the navy of Persia." This time it was Middleades who interrupted. He and Sicurian looked at each other and said with a smile, "We have not taken the navy of Persia lightly. Since the First Fleet was stationed in the southern waters of Peloponnesus, we have been sending fast ships to monitor the movements of the fleets of Persia in Asia Minor. So far, we have not found any abnormalities. After our Second Fleet returned from Egypt, we sent more fast ships to the waters near Crete to strengthen our observation of the waters of Phoenicia. From the information we have received now, the Persia has begun to attack Egypt. A large number of warships are concentrated in Tyre and Sidon in Phoenicia. There is no sign of a large-scale westward movement to help Greece." After listening, Printos still asked with some concern, 100,000 soldiers consume a lot of rations every day. How are you going to solve it after you land?" Patroclus answered without hesitation, "The Ministry of Military Affairs requires every soldier to carry 5 days of rations. After the successful landing, we will occupy the nearby port towns as soon as possible, such as Lamia and Peleus, to ensure that our ships carrying supplies can enter the port to unload. Of course, this is only temporary. The real base that can provide logistics for the entire army should be Philai. And according to the information we received, Philai has a large reserve of rations prepared for Iazon's army. So, our landing troops must break into the hinterland of Thessaly as soon as possible and occupy Philai as soon as possible." Patroclus smiled and said confidently, "His Majesty also values Philai very much. He has made some arrangements in advance. I believe that it will be of great help to successfully occupy Philai. It's already the end of July now. When we attack, it will be August. The wheat is about to ripen, and Thessaly has a large number of fertile wheat fields that can supply us with rations for the next few months." At this moment, Printos's expression finally relaxed a little. He looked at the generals who had just arrived in Sparta and said in a serious tone, "It seems that His Majesty is taking this landing operation very seriously. He has already ordered the Ministry of Military Affairs to make a lot of preparations. I believe that all of you have also led the army to conduct landing operations many times. I no longer have any doubts. I just hope that all of you will continue to pay close attention to the movements in the Aegean Sea in the next few days and improve your landing plan according to the actual situation." Obviously, Printos said these words as the chief of staff. Patroclus and the other generals nodded solemnly. Then Patroclus looked at Clotocatax and asked with concern whether we can successfully land on Thessaly or not. The key is whether we can defend this place or not. I heard that you have suffered a lot of losses in the battle against Sparta, and now you are facing a large-scale attack from the allied Greek forces. Are you a little short of manpower? Do you need me to send some troops to support you? After fighting in Peloponnesus for more than 2 months, Clotocatax was no longer as lacking in confidence as he was in the beginning. He answered confidently, "In fact, we did not suffer a lot of losses in the battle against Sparta, for legions and 1 cavalry legion are still intact. In addition, we can also organize about 15,000 young Helots and Pereasians from Messenia and Laconia. Our total military strength can reach 45,000, which is not much different from the allied Greek forces. Moreover, they are attacking and we are defending. We have more than enough troops. Also, judging from the previous battle, the allied Greek forces are not good at sieges. Their siege weapons are simple, and their methods are very simple. They are not even brave enough to pose a big threat to our defensive camp. In fact, even without your landing, we are confident that we can hold on until the Greek forces have low morale and have no choice but to retreat." When Patroclus heard that, he suddenly frowned and reminded, "I suggest that you don't defend too forcefully. You should also make some appropriate concessions so that the Greek coalition army won't want to retreat. We need to keep the Greek coalition army in the Peloponnese so that they can't rescue Thessaly in time." Clotocatax was stunned. Commander Patroclus is right. Previously, we defended tenaciously to defend Messenia and Laconia. Now, to ensure the smooth implementation of the landing plan, we can consider making a slight concession, such as taking the initiative to give up a defensive camp. Printos, who was reminded, quickly replied, "Commander Patroclus is right." Chapter 12:11. Olivers glanced at Patroclus and objected. Now that the Greek coalition army is still attacking fiercely, and the defenses at the border of Messenia are relatively weak, if we take the initiative to retreat, and if we don't control it well, it's very likely that the Greek coalition army will charge into the Messenian plains. Yes, once the Greek coalition army charges into the Messenian plains, even if we retreat to Messenia, the land that has just been divided to the citizens of Messenia, and the established villages will be destroyed, and our efforts over the past few months will be in vain. Tecthenos also reminded, "Most importantly, the port of Messenia has no defenses, and there are a lot of resources and ships there. If it falls into the hands of the Greek coalition army, it will be a great loss for us, regardless of what kind of mentality they had. Most of the generals stationed in Laconia and Messenia did not agree with Patroclus and Printos, and this made Patroclus show a displeased expression. After listening carefully, Clotocatax pondered for a while, and finally said with a straight face, "Generals, defeating the Greek coalition army and taking control of Greece is the ultimate goal that the kingdom has given our expeditionary force, and the most important military operation to achieve this goal is to land on the mainland and attack Thessaly. As a part of the expeditionary force, we have to fight at Peloponnesus as much as possible to restrain the main force of the Greek coalition army and ensure the success of the landing operation. Therefore, there is no need to discuss whether to retreat in the north of Messenia, but to focus on how to retreat to ensure that there are no major problems with our defense. Unity and tacit cooperation are the most important weapons for the army of the Kingdom of Dionia to win every battle. Regardless of whether His Majesty personally leads the army, we should carry it forward." At this moment, Olivers and the others seemed to see the shadow of the King of Devers in Clotocatax, and they could not help but shudder, not daring to argue any more. Printos showed a gratified smile. On the morning of the 3rd of August, the sky brightened very early, and the sky was exceptionally blue, without a single cloud in sight. A strong southern wind was blowing on the surface of the sea, pushing wave after wave of water against the shore. In the 2 bays of Legania and Messenia, thousands of cargo ships and warships rose and fell with the waves, but the soldiers and crew on each ship were either standing or sitting, with their upper bodies straight, heads bowed, hands stretched out, palms facing up, eyes closed, silently praying to the god of the sea, Poseidon. On the flagships of the First, Second, and Third Fleets, the three fleet commanders, Sicurian, Mytilades, and Stephacas, stood at the bow of the ship. They raised their wine glasses and sang a song dedicated to Poseidon. Then, they sprinkled the wine into the sea to bless the trip. Woo! The bugle sounded, and the flagship of the Second Fleet immediately raised the colored flag representing the voyage. All the battleships of the Second Fleet that were already on the outskirts of Lagania Bay began to set sail. Almost at the same time, bugles sounded in Miseria Bay, and the warships of the Third Fleet also moved out, until the sailors in the bay could no longer see the Second Fleet's battleships. Woo! The bugle sounded again in Lagania Bay. Clotho, it's time for us to go. Patroclus, who was on the ship, solemnly gave a military salute. May the Hades bless you. I'll wait for the news of your victory. Clotho-Catax, who was on the pier, returned the military salute and offered his blessings. Patroclus returned to his seat, then calmly watched as the ship he was on followed the other troop ships, full of soldiers, out of Hiller's port in an orderly manner. These troop ships formed their own formations in Lagania Bay according to their previous training, and then joined up with the subfleets of the first flotilla that had been waiting outside, forming three large mixed formations and a single fleet. Then these fleets set sail in order of landing targets from north to south. The process seemed simple, but it was actually extremely complicated. It took a lot of effort just to get all the soldiers to board the ships and leave the port. Therefore, in Lagania Bay, there were dozens of fast ships shuttling back and forth between thousands of ships. Although the whole process was still a little chaotic, overall it was relatively smooth. An hour later, it was finally the turn of the fleet Patroclus was on to set sail. As they were sailing against the wind, not only were the crew members doing their best to row the boat, even the soldiers on the ship were joining in. They shouted the chant along with the crew and moved the oars rhythmically. The helmsman controlled the rudder and made the boat sail southeast in a zigzag pattern. About half an hour later, the fleet rounded the headland. At this time, the crew climbed up the mast, untied the ropes, and lowered the sails. The wind immediately puffed up the sails, and the fleet that originally looked like a weak old man staggering with the help of a walking stick immediately turned into a group of energetic youths sprinting with all their might. The strong south wind made the entire fleet sail northward as if they had wings. At this time, the Second Fleet had arrived at Sarone's Bay, and in order to better block the Athens fleet, the Mytilades also divided the fleet into two parts, blocking the sea passage at the north and south ends of Ina Island, respectively. Upon receiving the news, the admiral of the Athens navy, Caprias, quickly rushed to the nearby coast. Standing on high ground, he could see the deployment of the Dionysian fleet in the bay more clearly. Just as he was pondering the reason why the Dionysian fleet was hovering near Ina Island, neither attacking nor leaving, Callisostratus, who had rushed over after hearing the news, anxiously shouted from afar, "Caprias, the Dionysian fleet that has disappeared for some time has suddenly reappeared. Are they preparing to attack us? I've been observing here for some time. The Dionysian fleet is arranged in a loose formation and has been blocking the sea passage to the north of Ina Island. Although they are attacking merchant ships that want to enter and leave, it seems that they have no intention of continuing west and attacking Piraeus." Caprias pointed at the almost motionless Dionysian fleet under the coast and comforted him. "Moreover, we are now prepared. The warships at Piraeus Harbor and Salamiga Island are all ready for battle, and we have also stationed many light infantry. If the Dionysian fleet really dares to enter that narrow passage and attack our harbor, it will instead be a good thing." "You mean?" Callisostratus walked to his side and looked down at the enemy ships on the sea, and asked with a slightly agitated tone, "Let the victory at Salamiga repeat." "This is just a wish of mine." Caprias recalled the naval battle with the Dionysian fleet in Lagania Bay some time ago, and could not help but shake his head. But the Dionysian fleet is well trained, and it is very likely that they will not make such a mistake. There are many warships in the Dionysian fleet. Callisostratus looked down at the sea, and ask thoughtfully. They had disappeared from the Aegean Sea for a period of time. At that time, you analyzed that they had gone to attack the islands in the west, so you took the initiative to lead the fleet to attack Lagonia Bay. Now that they have suddenly appeared in Saron's Bay, do you think they have a purpose? Or is it just to retaliate against us by attacking our merchant ships? Before and after the Peloponnesian War, the generals of Athens not only had to speak eloquently at the council and give advice for the development of the city, but they also had to personally lead the citizen soldiers into battle. Common and Pericles had done so, and Thrasybulus had even died on the battlefield. However, the frequent wars had also set high requirements for the quality of the generals of the Athens army, and it began to cause divisions in the leadership of the Athens army. There were politicians like Callisostratus who specialized in politics, and generals like Iphicrates and Caprias who specialized in war. Therefore, Callisostratus had a good relationship with Iphicrates and Caprias, and often consulted them about military matters. It's hard to say now, I think. While Caprias was still muttering to himself, a cavalryman hurried over. General Caprias, there's news from Ina Island. Dionia's warships have not only blocked the Northern Sea Passage, but also the Southern Sea Passage. They are intercepting and attacking any merchant ships that want to enter or leave. Callisostratus' expression changed drastically. Are the Dionia trying to completely block our sea trade? From the looks of it, the Dionysian fleet has probably deployed about 200 warships. And if they want to block that end, they probably need to deploy a similar number of warships. A few hundred warships, tens of thousands of crew, such a large-scale operation. Just to block our merchant ships, it's not worth it. Caprias was deep in thought, and suddenly his expression changed. If the Dionysian fleet is not only trying to block our merchant ships, but also to block our fleet to prevent our warships from entering the Aegean Sea and threatening their fleet? Fleet? What fleet? Callisostratus was stunned and immediately asked. It could be transporting supplies or soldiers. The scale of the fleet should be very large. Otherwise, their fleet could completely protect us. The more he thought about it, the more certain Capria's tone became. You mean they're going to disembark? Callisostratus exclaimed. We can't rule out this possibility. Haven't we always been worried that the Dionysian army will disembark again? Caprias said solemnly. Callisostratus became nervous. We have to confirm whether the Dionysian army is going to disembark. Where are they going to disembark? Caprias, you have to lead the fleet to break through the Dionysian fleet's blockade, enter the Aegean Sea, and find out if Dionia's fleet is going to disembark. Then you have to obstruct and destroy it. Chapter 12:12. Callistratus, calm down. Cabrias shouted with a serious expression. Look at the Dionia warships there. They outnumber us by far, and their combat power is also very strong. Previously, I led the fleet to attempt a sneak attack on Lagonia Bay, but failed. If I rashly lead the fleet to break through the blockade, we may only be surrounded by them, causing our few warships to be destroyed. By then, we will completely lose control of the Aegean Sea. Even if they really want to land, we are already prepared. The only place where the Dionia can land is Marathon Beach. We have a temporary defensive camp with a few thousand soldiers stationed there. Once there are any abnormalities, we can send another few thousand soldiers into the city. We can completely guarantee the safety of the whole of Attica. Athens' defense is tight. Of course, I don't need to worry. I am worried that Dionia will attack the other allies. If they are attacked by Dionia, the Greek allied forces that are fighting the Dionysian army at Peloponnesus will definitely be affected. Callistratus said anxiously. Cabrias said calmly, don't panic. First, we have to determine if the Dionia are really going to land. Although the Dionysian fleet has sealed off Saron's Bay, it is impossible for them to seal off the north coast of Attica, which has almost no coastal towns. However, we have many fishing villages on the north coast. I will immediately send a messenger to inform the fishermen on the north coast. Let them row their boats and carefully explore the Aegean Sea to see if there is any abnormality. Callistratus suddenly realized and turned to rush away. Chabrias turned his gaze back to the sea and sighed softly. A little shame rose in his heart. He had led the navy to defeat the Sparta fleet several times, but now he was facing the powerful Dionian navy. He was indeed a little timid. Shortly after the first fleet sealed off Sarone's Bay, the third fleet had also bypassed Euboea Island on the northeast side of Attica and arrived at Pegasa Bay. The mountain range on the northern border of Thessaly extended to the sea in the southeast, and then tried its best to draw close to the mountain range on the southern border, forming a natural breakwater and a nearly circular bay with an entrance of only about 10 miles. Perhaps because the mountain range that formed the breakwater was too tall, Thessaly's people did not build a water gate and lighthouse at the entrance. Instead, it was beneficial for the third fleet to blockade the area. This caused the merchant ships in the bay to hide in the port of Philae in fear, and the Philae fleet did not dare to show up. About 20 minutes later, the Dionia transport fleet arrived. The third fleet immediately sailed into the bay and went straight to the only port town in the bay, Philae. This made the people of Philae even more nervous. At this time, it was Iasion's right-hand man, Acidamus, who was in charge of the city of Philae. When he heard the news of the Dionysian fleet attack, he did not panic too much. He immediately ordered the garrison in the city to rush to the port's breakwater to defend. The territory of Philae was ranked last among the city-states of Thessaly. Its urban area was even narrower. The reason why it was rich was that it had the only commercial port in the entire Thessaly. The entire Thessaly region was almost surrounded by mountains, and it was extremely inconvenient to trade on land. Hence, Philae had completely taken advantage of the convenience of the sea trade. Naturally, the people of Philae were very concerned about the safety of the port. After Iasion became the usurper, he put in a lot of effort to defend the port. Not only did he strengthen the breakwater, but he also raised the wall on the ground and reduced the water gate. He also added a military port in the port and formed a fleet. Therefore, even though the Dionysian fleet came suddenly, Acidamus was not worried that they would threaten the safety of the port of Philae. However, not long after, he received a report from the cavalry. A Dionia fleet has appeared on the coast of Almyros. There are many Dionia soldiers landing there. The coast of Almyros was the only low-lying land on the eastern coast of Thessaly. Why would the people of Thessaly build Philae in such a narrow location in the northern part of the coast instead of building a port town in the larger Almyros? This was because several rivers in the territory of Thessaly flowed into the bay from here. The soil washed down by the rivers accumulated here over the years, forming a large swamp and beach. To completely fill and drain the swamp and finally turn it into a land suitable for human habitation and farming, it required continuous efforts and advanced filling and draining techniques. The people of Thessaly were still regarded as barbarians by the Greeks decades ago. In addition to the rich and fertile land in their territory, there was no urgent need for them to build a city here. Hence, the original state of the coast of Almyros had been preserved until today. Acidamus was a little panicked when he received the news. Although he knew that the coast of Almyros was full of mud and it was difficult for horses and men to travel, some of the information about the kingdom of Dionia these days made him feel uneasy. He sent someone to inform Polydorus while he led the guards out of the city on horseback. Standing on the mountain to the south of Philae, Acidamus could clearly see the vast Almyros depression. There were many ships docked on the coast, even some Dionia warships. Dionia soldiers, mainly fleet infantry, were constantly disembarking from the ships and standing on the inky beach. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to distinguish them. But on the beach, there was a conspicuous yellow mark that was constantly extending and expanding. Acidamus looked carefully for a while, and his heart suddenly raced. The people of Dionia were building roads on the beach. Just when he was feeling very uneasy, Iasion's brother, Polydorus, arrived accompanied by another brother, Polyphron. After carefully observing the situation of the Almiros depression, Polydorus, who had been granted temporary military power by Iazon, comforted Acidamus. "You don't have to worry. Our troops have entered the defensive camp in the mountains around Almiros and are ready for battle. And with the speed of Dionia's road building, by the time they walk out of the beach, Thessaly's municipal militia will have arrived. The Dionysian army will not be able to break through our heavily guarded camp and enter the hinterland of Thessaly." At this point, he looked up at the sky and then said confidently, "If they do not retreat by dusk, they will be bitten by countless mosquitoes at night. When we attack tomorrow, maybe they will raise their hands and surrender." Compared to Iazon, Polydorus was more stable, so his words dispelled Acidamus's uneasiness. He immediately said goodbye to the two and rushed back to Philii to calm the panicked people and stabilize the order in the city. "Polydorus, why don't you let me lead the light shield troops to attack the people of Dionia and give them a taste of our strength first?" Polyphron asked loudly. Polydorus waved his hand and refused. "There is no need. Attacking now will only scare them away. Let's not do anything and give the people of Dionia the illusion that Thessaly's rear is indeed empty. Let them be tired for a long time, and then we can think about the issue of a surprise attack." Polyphron was a little angry when he was refused. Looking at the back of his second brother, he could not help but spit and scolded in a low voice, "Coward!" What the Polydorus brothers did not know was that the 13th Legion of Dionia and the infantry of the fleet that landed on the coast of Miltoros was just a feint to contain the remaining troops of Thessaly. The real landing place was not here. Half an hour later, the people of Peleus were horrified to see a huge fleet of Dionia approaching the coast near the city. The northeastern border of Thessaly was separated by a series of mountains connected by Mount Olympus, Mount Ossa, Mount Pelion, and other high mountains. Among these high mountains, there was a relatively easy passage to enter the territory of Macedonia in the north. This was the valley formed by the Pineos River passing through the mountains. Over the years, the mud carried by the river piled up at the mouth of the river north of the mountains, forming a small depression. The people of Thessaly built a small city called Peleus here. Since Peleus was outside the traditional territory of Thessaly and close to the territory of Macedonia, many people of Thessaly did not regard it as a member of the city-states of Thessaly. For safety, it often stayed close to Macedonia. Therefore, the city-states of Thessaly to the south often alienated it and were unwilling to interact with it. Furthermore, it was not rich in resources, so the port trade had not been developed. It was not until Iazon became Tarchus and formally incorporated it into the Thessaly alliance. In order to promote the prosperity of Thessaly's trade, Acidamus even removed the sentry posts to the south of the valley. Not only did the sea trade of Peleus improve, but the land trade also developed. Therefore, the people of Peleus were very grateful to Iazon and always responded to his call. Although Peleus was not a large city, when Iazon mobilized and formed the army of Thessaly to the south, Peleus provided nearly 3,000 soldiers, which was almost all the young and middle-aged citizens of the city-state. Now, when they saw the tide of Dionia's soldiers swarming to the coast, they were frightened and regretful. "Hurry! Hurry up! Brothers, hurry up!" Metones, the commander of the 2nd Legion, who was already in his 50s, was still as vigorous as ever. He was the first to reach the shore, stood on a rock, and shouted thunderously, urging the soldiers under him to hurry. The soldiers of the 2nd Legion were encouraged by the old commander. After jumping off the ship, they did not even have time to rest. Under the leadership of their respective captains, they held their shields and spears, stepped on the soft soil, and rushed south like a swarm of bees. Chapter 12:13. The people of Peleus shut the city gates tightly and were forced to pick up their weapons. When they climbed up the city walls, they trembled when they saw the Dionysian army surging towards them like a tidal wave. However, the 2nd Legion did not attack the city of Peleus. They went around the small city and went straight to the valley pass. The people of Peleus looked at the fleeing enemies in shock. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look! More enemies are coming ashore." Thousands of soldiers in black were seen surging on the beach, not far away. They landed on the beach, reorganized themselves, and quickly ran towards Pelias. Just when the people of Pelias felt that they would not be able to escape this time, the Dionysian army went around the city again and entered the valley pass. Martones, who was fully armed, was old after all. After running with the soldiers for a while, his stamina could no longer keep up. Even when he had to stop to catch his breath, he did not forget to ask his adjutant to urge the soldiers to move forward on his behalf. After all, among the few landing sites chosen by the Ministry of Military Affairs, Pelias had the best geographical conditions and location. The only worry was that the people of Thessaly would send troops to block the valley pass after receiving the news. Therefore, the Second Legion had to seize every second to open up this passage to the hinterland of Thessaly. Although the soldiers of the Second Legion had been conserving their energy on the ship, they were still wearing armor and holding weapons after disembarking. Anyone would feel tired after running nonstop for a long time, but they gritted their teeth and persevered. This was because there was a belief in their hearts that supported them. Before the operation, Martones mobilized all the soldiers and said passionately, "This landing operation is an unprecedented military operation. It will definitely be recorded in the history of the Kingdom of Dionia and be remembered by future generations. It is precisely because the Ministry of Military Affairs thinks that the Second Legion is the best among the participating legions that they have assigned us to take on the most important assault mission in this landing operation. The success of the landing operation mainly depends on whether we can occupy the pass in time. Haven't we always been competing with the First Legion? Back in the day, they marched more than 10 miles at Wolsey and defeated the Roman army. Has always been bragging about it. Tomorrow, we will use our victory to tell them that marching more than 10 miles is nothing. The strongest legion in the kingdom will only be us, the Second Legion." This unyielding belief supported the soldiers of the Second Legion to keep moving forward. In the past 2 years, the Pelias people had built a flat road through the valley in order to better communicate with the city of Thessaly, which was located at the south of the mountain range. This had also helped the Second Legion in their rapid march. Finally, the light armor battalion of the 2nd Army Division, which was running at the front, saw the exit of the valley and the defensive camp at the exit. However, in the eyes of the soldiers, the camp was too simple. There was no trench in front of the camp, and there might not be any traps. The camp's walls were wooden fences, no more than 3 meters high, and there were only 2 sentry towers. Most importantly, there were only a few defenders on the wooden walls. They screamed in panic when they saw the soldiers coming. In order to show their sincerity to the people of Pelias, Iazin asked the people of Larissa to dismantle the sentry posts at the entrance of the valley. Some time ago, Iazin was reminded by Iphicrates, so he sent a messenger back to Thessaly to ask the city-states to strengthen their vigilance to prevent a surprise landing by the Dionysian army. Although the people of Larissa did not believe that the Dionysian army would land on the remote and narrow coast of Pelias, they still built a defensive camp at the entrance of the valley to be prepared. However, due to the lack of time, they built it carelessly just to feel at ease. Now, the only mercenary force in Thessaly was led by Polydorus, stationed outside the city of Philae, mainly to ensure the safety of Philae and the coast of Almyros. It was unrealistic for Larissa to send citizen soldiers to guard the camp in the valley for a long time. Therefore, the method they adopted was to send a small number of citizens to guard the camp every few days. Once they learned that the Dionysian army had landed on the coast of Pelias, they would send a large force to guard the camp. Who knew that not long after Pelias' urgent messenger arrived at the camp, the Dionysian army would appear in front of them like a celestial army descending from the sky. This speed was way too fast. The messenger who went to deliver the news might not even have reached Larissa's city yet. Could it be that the people of Pelias deliberately delayed the time of reporting the news? The panicked defenders could not help but have such doubts, but the grim situation outside the camp did not allow them to think too much about it. As soon as the light armor brigade of Dionia stood still outside the camp, the light infantry brigade responsible for carrying the siege ladders arrived. After handing the wooden ladders to the light armor brigade, they began to spread out and approach the camp. The sparse arrows shot by the defenders did not cause any damage to the Dionia soldiers. On the contrary, it was a rain of arrows that covered the sky. Amidst the screams of the defenders, the light armor brigade put wooden ladders on the wooden wall and quickly captured the camp in the valley. The news of the victory was quickly spread from one end of the valley to the other, accompanied by cheers. Matones was relieved when he heard the news and called for the messenger. "Go and inform Commander Lazaru immediately. Tell him that the valley pass has been opened, and he can lead the army to land on the coast of Peleus." "Yes, sir." There were 2 fleets that landed on the north side of Thessaly. One was led by Matones with the 2nd Legion, 5th Legion, and 2nd Cavalry Legion to land on the coast of Peleus. The other was led by Lazaru with the 3rd Legion and 9th Legion to land on the coast south of the Macedonian town of Dion further north. They would cross the mountains south and enter the territory of Thessaly. As the journey of Lazaru's army would be longer and more difficult, and they might even encounter some native tribes living in the mountains, Patroclus stayed in Sparta for a few days. After carefully questioning the people of Sparta who had fought in Macedonia, he learned more information. After careful consideration, he decided to modify the landing plan formulated by the Ministry of Military Affairs and let Lazaru's fleet temporarily stop near the coast of Peleus. Once it was confirmed that Matones' army had successfully launched a surprise attack, Lazaru could also lead his army to enter Thessaly through the valley pass without taking the long way around. However, if Matones failed, the 2 armies could continue north and land in the territory of Macedonia. They could then take care of each other as they crossed the mountains. Therefore, when Lazaru received the news that the 2nd Legion had passed the mountain pass and entered the hinterland of Thessaly, he was overjoyed and immediately ordered the fleet to approach the coast of Peleus. Wave after wave of the Dionysian army landed on the coast and quickly rushed into the valley pass. The citizens of Peleus watched this scene repeat itself, and their initial panic gradually turned into numbness. When the last 3 companies of the 9th Legion reached the coast, they no longer hurriedly went around the city of Peleus. Instead, under the leadership of their captain, they carried siege ladders and went straight to Peleus. Behind the army was an old man with an extraordinary bearing, as well as a group of administrative officials. With the road leading to the hinterland of Thessaly open, the Dionysian army finally slowed down their advance and attacked the city of Peleus. After all, after conquering the city, the ships carrying supplies could enter the port, and the army's logistical supplies would no longer be a problem. But just as the Dionysian army was getting into position and preparing to attack the city, the gates of Peleus opened. The citizens of Peleus were terrified by the sheer number of enemies they had witnessed since the beginning of the Dionysian army's arrival. Moreover, there were no young citizens in the city who could be the main force to fight. They had long lost their will to fight, and surrender was to be expected. When the officials of Peleus begged the Dionysian army not to harm the citizens in the city in fear and trepidation, the old man in the lead said amiably, "Don't worry. As long as you cooperate fully and do not do anything hostile, we will definitely ensure your safety and the safety of your property." At this point, the old man looked at the still uneasy officials of Peleus and said meaningfully, "Let me tell you a secret. This is the hometown of our great King Devers. He grew up in Durix." The officials of Peleus were shocked and at a loss. After a while, an old man of Peleus said softly, "Durix? That's a village near the border of Macedonia. It was destroyed by the Macedonians decades ago." With the old man's reminder, the officials suddenly remembered the existence of such a village. At that time, Peleus was ostracized by the other city-states of Thessaly, but it was unwilling to be confined to this small and narrow land. Taking advantage of the time when the Macedonians were involved in the Peloponnesus War, It quietly built villages along the coast to the north to expand its territory. But after the Peloponnesus War ended, the Macedonians quickly sent troops to destroy the villages and loot the citizens. Peleus had no choice but to be humiliated and sue for peace. This was more than 30 years ago. The ruins of Dyryx were covered with weeds, and there were no signs of people living there. Many people of Peleus had also forgotten this painful memory. They never expected that a king would come from that remote little village. Before I came here, His Majesty the King had warned me that as long as the people of Peleus surrendered sincerely, he would not allow any harm to come to them, because that is his hometown, and the people there are his compatriots. The old man said solemnly, not only did the officials of Peleus dispel their worries, but they also led the Dionysian army into the city with joy. It was as if they were not forced to surrender, but were welcoming friendly troops. But in fact, the King Devers did not say such words at all. The old man still clearly remembered the conversation the King of Devers had with him that day. "Helos, I heard that you have been very busy recently, and you come home late every day?" Chapter 12:14. Your Majesty, our army is fighting a war against Sparta in Peloponnesus. We've consumed a lot of rations and supplies, and most of them are shipped out of Turin's port. In order to complete our mission smoothly, the officials in Turin will have to deal with more work. Now, the kingdom's administrative office and the Ministry of Military Affairs had notified the various regions, requesting for the various armies to assemble. This meant that they needed to prepare more rations and more transport ships to prepare for the upcoming war. Therefore, the officials in Turin will have to deal with more work. As the chief executive of Turin, if I don't set an example, how can I command my officials to do their jobs? It seems like you're holding a grudge. Do you know what our first target is going to be in the upcoming war? Your Majesty, I've left the army for many years. It's Thessaly. Thessaly. We've left Thessaly for more than 30 years. I'm afraid you've forgotten what your hometown is like. When we left Thessaly, the cities of Thessaly were still fighting each other. Now Thessaly has Tarchus. This Iazon isn't weak. He's allowed Thessaly to join the Greek alliance. He's gathering his army and preparing to fight us in the south. This will be a big problem for our army. Your Majesty, are you planning to launch a surprise attack on Thessaly's territory while Iazon leads his army south? You said you've left the army for many years and are unfamiliar with military affairs, but your instincts are still very sharp. It's not easy to land such a long-distance and large-scale battle. It's not easy, but it will also surprise the enemy. Besides, we have the advantage of the sea. As long as the army is well-prepared and trained, they will definitely be able to do it. Your Majesty, after the army has landed in Thessaly's territory and conquered those cities, what will we do with the entire Thessaly? You also know that those Greek city-states are capricious. Even if we win the war this time and finally force them to surrender, there may be Greek city-states standing up against us in a few years. In the end, they will form the anti-Dionia alliance. Therefore, Thessaly is very important to us. To the north of it is Macedonia, and to the south are the Greek states. As long as we completely control it, we can completely suppress the expansion of the Greek city-states in the south and punish them at any time. We can also subdue Macedonia in the north, which looks ignorant and backward, but is actually a vast kingdom with great potential. You mean to make Thessaly's city-states become the vassals of the kingdom? No, I don't intend for Thessaly to become the second Carthage, nor do I intend for them to become the second Tarentum. I want to completely turn the entire Thessaly into a part of the kingdom's territory and let our former compatriots become citizens of the kingdom. This is also the reason why I called you here today. I want to appoint you as the regional governor of Thessaly, and I want to ask for your opinion. Of course, whether Thessaly can be successfully captured is not yet certain. Even if Thessaly is captured in the future, integrating Thessaly into the kingdom is still a difficult task, not to mention that you're now the governor of the central region of the kingdom. Suddenly transferring you to an area far away from the kingdom where everything is uncertain. Alas, it is indeed too difficult for you. It doesn't matter if you don't agree, I can choose someone else. Your Majesty, I am willing to go to Thessaly. Helos did not regret accepting the appointment of the King of Devers so readily. On the contrary, the news that the landing army had successfully passed through the Valley Pass excited him. He was only worried about whether the army could go further and capture Larissa more smoothly. After all, it was his hometown. Just as the soldiers of the Second Legion landed on the coast of Peleus, the huge fleet led by Patroclus also arrived at the northern end of Euboea Island. Then each ship quickly folded up the sails and began to turn west. There were many offshore islands in the Greek mainland, and the coastline was winding. Although most of the captains of the entire fleet had relatively rich sailing experience in the Aegean Sea, they still carefully steered the ships to smoothly pass through the long and narrow channel. At the northern end of Euboea, there was a city-state called Artemisium. The people of the city-state panicked when they saw countless ships suddenly appearing in the sea near the port. They closed the city gates and the port, and all the young and middle-aged citizens were armed and on guard. Under their horrified gazes, the huge fleet did not approach the coast. Instead, it slowly headed west. Finally, the fleet of Dionia entered the Gulf of Molokos. Between the mountains on the southern border of Thessaly and the rolling mountains on the northern border of central Greece, there was a river called Sperseus. The river had flowed for thousands of years, forming a long and narrow plain along the river. At its mouth, there was also a large area of tidal flats. Only on the northwest side of the gulf, there was a cobblestone beach and a port. The Dionia fleet approached without a moment's pause. Patroclus was the first to land with the 12th Legion. He did not let the soldiers who landed attack the small port not far away. Instead, he ordered the 12th Legion to quickly move west. These soldiers from the Campanian plain and the Samnese mountains had received Patroclus's command a few years ago and created a glorious annihilation of the Gallic invading army. Therefore, they trusted Patroclus's command. Without hesitation, they lined up in a column, stepped on the hard and slippery cobblestones with their feet in leather sandals, and staggered westward. The city of Lamia was about 15 miles from the landing site. About an hour later, the soldiers of the 12th Legion arrived at the city, panting. Patroclus saw that the gates of Lamia were closed and the city was full of soldiers. His heart sank. The Lamians were already on guard. Patroclus was already mentally prepared for this. After all, the fleet sailed slowly in the narrow channel, which was likely to give the Lamians sufficient time to be on guard. Since the surprise attack had failed, Patroclus quickly adjusted his mentality. He called for the messenger to ride to the land and inform the troops behind. Take the port first, and then come back to rendezvous. After the messenger left, he ordered the soldiers of the 12th Legion to rest and recover their strength first. He took the guards and went to observe the defense deployment and surrounding geography of Lamia. Lamia was somewhat similar to Peleus. It was also established by the Thessaly people. As the city was located outside the traditional territory of the Thessaly, coupled with the inconvenient transportation, the other city-states of Thessaly alienated it. Some even thought that Lamia was not a city-state of Thessaly. The Lamians themselves despised their Thessaly identity and were more willing to get close to the Greeks in the south. Although some Greek people regarded them as barbarians, they did have deeper contacts with the Greek city-states in the south. Of course, it was also because of the more convenient sea transportation with the Greek city-states in the south. After Iazon became Thessaly Tarchus, he did not rush to force Lamia to join the Thessaly alliance because he was afraid of arousing the vigilance of the Greek city-states in the south. It was not until the Battle of Leuctra, where the Greek overlord Sparta suffered a crushing defeat, that he finally did not hide his ambitions. When Thebes led the army north to return to Thessaly, he destroyed the city of Heraclea, not the city of Heraclea in Greece of the kingdom of Dionia, and occupied the hot spring pass. Lamia surrendered under his military deterrence, but it was still somewhat unwilling. Therefore, when Iazan carried out the military mobilization this time, Lamia did not provide too many soldiers. Now, the Lamians felt fortunate that they still had enough power to protect themselves in the face of the Dionysian army's surprise attack. An hour later, the 10th Legion, the 11th Legion, the 3rd Cavalry Legion, and the Gallic Brigade arrived one after another. The militia of the Lamia Principality stood on the city wall, and they almost stopped breathing. Countless Dionic soldiers in black helmets and black armor stood on the plains south of Lamia along the river. They were like the black tide roaring from the coast of Moloccos, and they stretched as far as the eye could see. What was particularly eye-catching were the Dionia soldiers, actually the Gallic soldiers, standing under the city wall. They were tall and strong, with fierce faces, wearing horned helmets and armor, holding big swords in their hands and roaring like thunder. They were like ferocious beasts in human form, making people's hearts palpitate. Just when the Lamian citizen soldiers were shocked by the Dionysian army's valiant power, Patroclus did not immediately give the order to attack the city. Previously, he had carefully observed the city of Lamia. The Lamians should have learned from the Greeks' habit of building a city. They did not build the city on the flat riverside plains, but close to the mountains in the north, enclosing a low hill in the city area, becoming its acropolis. The north and left and right sides were surrounded by hills more than 200 meters high. Although it provided a barrier for the city, it also limited the expansion of the city area. Therefore, the Lamians could only expand the city area to the south of the plains, making the shape of the whole city of Lamia like a long-necked, round-bottomed pottery bottle. Such a geographical location made the Lamians feel that they had a good defensive advantage. They only needed to focus on defending the south wall to ensure the safety of Lamia. Patroclus ordered the 12th Legion and the Gallic Brigade to attack the hills on the south and north sides respectively. Although the height of the hill was not too low, the slope was gentle. Although the Lamians had set up a defensive camp on the top of the hill, there were not many troops. More than half of the 12th Legion were Samiad soldiers. They and the Gauls were good at fighting in the mountains, and they were very tough. After paying some casualties, they occupied the top of the hill. Chapter 12:15. The Lamia people were not too panicked about this. For 100 years, they had continuously modified the hills around the city, making the hillside near the city completely unsuitable for climbing. Moreover, the hilltop was 100 meters away from the city. The threat of arrows shooting at the Lamia people in the city from a high vantage point was also greatly reduced. But soon, the Lamians began to panic. Palm-sized boulders kept whizzing down from the hilltops on both sides, and even the sturdiest houses were easily smashed like paper. The people who were unfortunate enough to be hit by one of them died even more miserably. Even the temple in the Acropolis could not escape its attack. After only more than 10 minutes, the core city of Lamia became a mess. Just when the Lamians were in a panic, Patroclus sent an emissary and made a strict demand. As long as Lamia surrendered immediately, Dionia would guarantee the safety of the Lamian people. Otherwise, the city would be completely destroyed, and all the people in the city would be enslaved. Now, the war of Dionia in Greece had become the focus of attention of the Greek people. Of course, the Lamians knew the tragic experience of the people of Tegea, not to mention that they had just seen the huge number and fierce tactics of the Dionysian army. They thought that it was difficult to resist, so they had no choice but to open the city and surrender. Patroclus fulfilled his promise and did not harm the surrendered Lamian people, but he sent 2 brigades to the Acropolis in the city, completely controlling the city. It was already afternoon, and it was no longer practical to continue to lead the army over the mountains in the north and into the territory of Thessaly. But Patroclus did not let the soldiers rest. Instead, he ordered them to attack south. In fact, except for the 12th Legion and the Gallic Brigade, the other legions did not participate in the battle. They had enough rest in front of Lamia, and they were more eager to win with their own hands. So the soldiers of the 10th Legion, 11th Legion, and the 3rd Cavalry Legion followed the route of the Persia army's invasion of Greece decades ago, quickly crossed the Spirkios River, and arrived at Heraclea at dusk. Heraclea faced Lamia, only a dozen miles away. It was located at the northern foot of the mountains in the north of central Greece, and was the northern gate of central Greece from Thessaly. There were two roads to the south. One was to go directly south, trekking on a trail between the mountains, and finally enter Doris. However, the northern border had towering mountains, and the mountain roads were bumpy and difficult to traverse. Transportation was extremely inconvenient, and it was not conducive for large troops to pass through. Therefore, the Persia army did not choose this road, but chose to arrive at Heraclea, turn east, pass through Hot Spring Pass near the coast, and then go south along the coast. As a result, the legendary story of King Leonidas of Sparta leading 300 warriors to resist the Persia army and finally sacrificed himself. After Sparta defeated Athens and became the hegemon of Greece, Heraclea and Hot Spring Pass had been in their hands. After the Battle of Leuctra, Iazon led the Thessaly army to destroy Heraclea and control Hot Spring Pass, but he soon regretted it because Hot Spring Pass was only a pass. The area was extremely narrow, and it was not suitable for large troops to be stationed for a long time. He could only rely on the logistics of Heraclea, which was very close to it. In order to control the road south for a long time, Iazon had to rebuild the city of Heraclea. However, a few months later, the Dionysian army landed on Peloponnesus and started a new war. When Iazon led the army south again, Heraclea had just built a circle of mud walls, and there was not even a gate. He left 3,000 soldiers to guard the city and hurried south. 3,000 soldiers was not a small number for any Greek city-state. Even if the city was not complete, it was enough to block the possible attacks from these Greek city-states in the south and ensure the safety of Thessaly's army. However, Iazon never expected the attack to come from the north, and the number of soldiers was so large and the attack was so fierce. The 3,000 Thessaly soldiers were quickly surrounded and defeated by the Dionysian soldiers, who crazily rushed into the city. At this time, night was about to fall. Patroclus stood on the mud wall and looked to the east. The afterglow of the setting sun plated the earth with a layer of gold, and the scenery reflected in his eyes was extremely clear. But even so, he could not see the outline of the hot spring pass. There were many hot springs near the hot spring pass, which caused the place to always be hot, hence the name. Suppressing the regret in his heart, he ordered the soldiers to set up camp on the spot and rest up for the battle tomorrow. When the various Dionia troops from the south gathered in the city of Lamia, the legions from the north had also passed through the valley pass. For infantry legions, 1 cavalry legion, and a Balearic stoneman brigade, 2,000 men, a total of nearly 40,000 soldiers, rested at the entrance of the valley. Metones and Lazarus simultaneously ordered to march south, and their target was Larissa. This time, the army did not carry out a rapid march. The soldiers lined up in a wide column along the south bank of the Pinos River, stepping on the flat, soft ground, and marching south in a mighty manner. The 3rd Cavalry Legion was at the forefront of the formation. The city of Larissa was located in the middle of the northern plains of Thessaly, on the banks of the Pinos River. It had vast farmlands and a large population. It was once a powerful state in the northern plains of Thessaly, and it had long been the central city of Thessaly. However, after the rise of Philai, Iazon conquered this neighboring city-state and deliberately suppressed it, causing its strength to be greatly reduced. This time, when Iazon carried out the military mobilization, he specifically emphasized that Larissa must provide no less than 5,000 soldiers. For this reason, Larissa recruited more than half of the young and middle-aged citizens into the army. Just a few hours ago, they received an order from Polydorus. The Dionysian army was landing on the coast of Mildoros, and all city-states were to send reinforcements as soon as possible. Larissa had no choice but to urgently dispatch another 1,000 soldiers. When the messenger from Peleus came to ask for reinforcements, the people of Larissa had almost no soldiers to send. However, they were very clear that it was not a big deal if Peleus was captured, But if the Dionysian army passed through the valley and rushed into the northern plains of Thessaly, it would be extremely terrible. Therefore, Larissa had no choice but to put together nearly 300 soldiers, including some citizens over the age of 50, to rush to the camp at the mouth of the valley to defend. At the same time, a messenger was sent to ask for reinforcements from Polydorus. Halfway through their journey, the reinforcements of Larissa saw that the ground in front of them was shrouded in rising dust, and even the ground was trembling slightly. The army of Dionia had arrived. The people of Larissa looked at the countless vague silhouettes of the soldiers in the dust and were almost scared out of their wits. They turned around and fled. At the same time, the 2nd Cavalry Regiment of Dionia also found them and immediately gave chase. The reinforcements of Larissa, who had lost their will to fight, raised their hands and surrendered. Although it was already afternoon, Matones and Lazaro learned from the prisoners that Larissa was seriously short of soldiers and generals. All the troops left behind in Thessaly were concentrated on the coast of Almyros, and they knew nothing about the attack of the Dionysian army from Peleus. The 2 commanders thought that this was an excellent opportunity, so they immediately ordered the army to speed up. Larissa was nearly 40 miles away from the mouth of the valley, and it was a flat road. The soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia had marched normally all the way, and their strength had gradually recovered. After receiving the order, they began to run again. When the silhouette of the city of Larissa could be seen in the distance, the sun had already set, and only a few rays of afterglow were left on the horizon. Night was coming. Matones and Lazaro were both decisive commanders. Since they had already made a decision, they would not easily change it. The order to attack the city of Larissa was immediately issued. The city of Larissa had the natural barrier of the Pinus River and its tributaries, so it had the advantage of defense. However, they had just sent off the reinforcements a few hours ago, and they had not received any abnormal news yet. Now that it was late, they naturally slacked off. As a result, when the sentinels on the city wall saw the enemy coming in like a tide, they sounded the alarm in horror. In a panic, the people of Larissa had to close the city gate and urgently mobilize the people to defend the city. The city was in a mess, and there was no time to burn the pontoon bridge over the river. The soldiers of Dionia stepped on the pontoon bridge over the tributaries of the Pinus River and quickly arrived at the city of Larissa. In the process, they were not even attacked by the arrows and javelins on the city wall. When they put wooden siege ladders on the city wall, the people of Larissa, who had been forced to do so, climbed up the city wall in a panic with rusty weapons. Failure was inevitable. Reporting to the 2 commanders, "We have captured the city of Larissa." The messenger reported excitedly to Matones and Lazaro. Which unit took over the city wall first? Matones asked with a smile. The 8th Brigade of the 2nd Legion. Matones smiled even more brightly. He turned his head and looked to the side. "Oh, Lazaro, I'm sorry. My men have won the first prize again." Lazaro said coldly, "The people of Larissa did not put up any resistance at all." "How is that considered prize?" "The 2nd Legion just had the advantage of being in front of the team." "I say, Lazaro, don't be so ungrateful. If it weren't for the 2nd Legion opening up the valley in time, and me informing you in time, I'm afraid you would still be crawling in the mountains of Macedonia with your troops. That's because the Ministry of Military Affairs believes in my ability. That's why they gave the most difficult task to me and the easiest to you." The 2 veterans in their 50s quarreled like children. The staff officers and guards around them did not dare to stop them. They could only hold back their laughter and stand there like clay statues. After the 2 quarreled for a while, Matones suddenly thought of something. He said to the messenger who was standing at the side, feeling very uncomfortable, "Inform the troops who entered the city immediately. Do not loot the property of the people of Larissa or harm their lives. If there is any violation, they will be punished according to military law." "Yes, sir." Chapter 12:16. This order. Patroclus emphasized it yesterday, and there are no Gallic soldiers in our army. I believe the soldiers will not easily disobey it. Lazaro said, pretending to remember something. Oh, I forgot. Someone said that you are from Larissa? Lazaro's words were like a stone smashing into Matoni's heart, stirring up those old memories. He did not argue with Lazaro as if he was joking. Instead, he turned his head to the northwest and stared blankly for a while before he said in disappointment, You've remembered wrongly. I'm not from Larissa, but I'm from Oro-san. Like you, I'm from the mountains. With that, he summoned his staff officer. Send someone to Peleus and inform Lord Xylos. Tell him that we've conquered his hometown. The staff officer was a little surprised, but he did not ask any questions. He turned around and looked for the messenger. Please, Lazaro, I will show you the largest city in the north of Thessaly. Matones made an inviting gesture. The largest city. Is it as big as Turiae? How can it be compared to Turiae? What about Crotone? Still can't compare. Surrounded by soldiers, the two of them rode into Larissa City, chatting and laughing. After the main force of Dionia had successfully landed and captured the nearby coastal city-states, the transport fleet entered the port and quickly unloaded the army's auxiliary personnel and supplies. Then, under the escort of the 1st Flotilla Squadron, they began to return to Sparta and Messenia. Not long after, the fleet at Pagasa Bay in Thessaly received a notice from the clippers. They immediately ordered the soldiers who were still pretending to pave the road on the shoal of Miltoros to return to the ships as soon as possible, because the fleet still had to send the soldiers of the 13th Legion to the nearby Mariakos Bay to land. The defenders of Thessaly saw that the Dionia soldiers had almost paved the road to the foot of the mountain with straw and planks, all ready to attack. Suddenly, they saw the enemy retreating to the seaside and boarding the ships. Soon, all the warships and troop carriers disappeared from their sight. After squatting on the mountain ridge for a long time, the delicious food that was about to be in his mouth suddenly ran away. This made Polyphron very uncomfortable. He immediately suggested to Polydorus, "We should let the fleet at the Phylai port attack immediately. We can't let the Dionia fleet come and go as they please. We should at least take a bite out of them." Polydorus said cautiously, "It's not like you don't know that the reason our fleet stayed in the port and didn't dare to attack is that the number of Dionia warships in the bay far exceeds ours. Since the Dionia have taken the initiative to retreat, there's no need to take this risk. Previously, I suggested letting the soldiers take the initiative to attack the enemy on the beach, but you didn't agree. Now I suggest that the fleet attack, but you don't agree. You only know how to sit here like a fool and don't dare to do anything. What's the use of you being the military chief of Thessaly?" Polyphron waved his hands and shouted angrily at his brother. He then tore the tent apart and walked out of the tent in large strides. The adjutant in the tent complained in a low voice, "General, Polyphron is too much. He ignored forget it." Polydorus waved his hand helplessly. His younger brother had been brave and fierce since he was a child. When he grew up, his temperament became even more tyrannical and disrespectful. He had long been used to it. Because of this, the eldest brother, Iazon, did not dare to let the youngest brother bear any heavy responsibility. Instead, he had always let him follow him to do things. He had hoped that he could change him, but unfortunately there was no progress. So far, Polydorus put this annoying matter behind him. He shouldered the heavy responsibility of protecting Thessaly, so he did not want to cause more trouble. So he let the Dionia fleet leave, but he still had some doubts in his heart. Could it be that Dionia dispatched such a large fleet only to waste half a day here and then leave with nothing? Could there be other conspiracies? While thinking, Polydorus did not forget to order the adjutant, "Send the soldiers to burn the road that the Dionia have paved in the beach." "Yes, my lord." As soon as the adjutant left the tent, Larissa's messenger arrived at the camp. "The Dionysian army has landed on the coast of Peleus." Polydorus was shocked when he heard the news. The uneasiness in his heart was finally confirmed. The Dionia had used the tactic of diversion to catch him off guard. At this moment, he knew very well that because the Dionysian army had landed on the coast of Mildoros with great fanfare, he had mobilized the militia of the surrounding city-states to support them. Now, the defense in the west was very weak. Once the Dionysian army passed through the pass and rushed into the northern plains, the consequences would be unimaginable. Pelias could be captured, but the valley pass must be blocked. Polydorus made up his mind and immediately issued an order. 2,000 Philai militia were stationed at the Mildoros coast camp, and the rest of the troops immediately rushed to the camp at the valley pass. Considering that the city of Larissa was more than 100 miles away from the coast of Mildoros, and the valley pass was even further away, Larissa's messenger had taken a lot of time to arrive here. The situation on the side of Pelias had probably changed a lot. Just in case, Polydorus specially ordered the only 500 cavalry under his command to reinforce the valley pass at top speed. After all the orders were issued, Polydorus felt a little relieved. He led the main force of more than 10,000 people and marched at a relatively fast speed toward the valley pass. When night fell, the Thessaly army had only marched less than 40 miles. But Polydorus was worried about the situation in front of him and did not dare to let the soldiers stop to rest. He just asked them to light up the torches and continue to move forward. Not long after, Polydorus finally got the exact news from the front, and the news was brought back by the cavalry he had sent before. It turned out that the Thessaly cavalry rushed from the coast of Mildoros in the southeast to the valley pass in the north, and did not encounter the Dionia army that was rushing to Larissa. When they arrived at the camp at the valley pass, they found that the camp was full of Dionia soldiers in black helmets and armor. The Thessaly cavalry was shocked and did not dare to go forward to fight. They were worried about the safety of Larissa, so they turned to the south to investigate, and they happened to see the Dionysian army attacking the city of Larissa. "Are you sure that the Dionysian army has captured the city of Larissa?" Polydorus asked the cavalry general anxiously with a gloomy face. "General, I'm not sure, because the Dionians had already discovered us and sent a group of cavalry to attack us. As they outnumbered us, we didn't fight them. Instead, we led them around for a while before we chose to retreat," the Dionian said. The cavalry general tried to express the bravery of his troops. In the process, we heard the cheers of the Dionia soldiers. The cheers were very loud. "I think the Dionia army has captured Larissa." "Probably." Polyphron listened and said with dissatisfaction, "Since you didn't see it with your own eyes, don't make wild guesses. Larissa is a big city. It's impossible for it to be captured so easily by a Dionic army that has just landed." The cavalry general felt wronged. When he was about to defend himself, he heard Polydorus asked, "How many people are there in the Dionysian army?" "Because it is getting dark, I can't see clearly, and the Dionia cavalry will soon arrive, so there is no more time to observe. But according to my judgment, there should be more than 20,000 people." "Another, probably," Polydorus expressed his dissatisfaction again. "You have worked hard. You can go now and let the soldiers have a good rest." Polydorus interrupted Polydorus in time. After the cavalry general left, Polydorus shouted again, "That guy must be talking nonsense. You should speed up the advance of the army to Larissa." "Shut up. I am the commander of this army. I don't need you to tell me what to do." The bad news that came one after another put Polydorus in a bad mood. Finally, he could not bear the noise of his younger brother and snapped, "Go back to your team immediately. Don't disturb my thinking here." For the first time, Polydorus did not hide his anger at his brother. Polydorus was a little stunned. Then his face turned red, and he suddenly let out a heart-wrenching roar, startling the people around him. He then turned around and left angrily. Polydorus knew that he had annoyed Polydorus, but now he was not in the mood to apologize or comfort him. He had to quickly find a way to solve the current predicament. After some thought, he finally made a decision. The entire army stopped advancing and immediately returned to the camp outside Philae City. At the same time, he sent a number of sentries to Larissa to find out the enemy's situation as soon as possible. As the temporary military chief of Thessaly, Polydorus knew very well that the soldiers in Larissa and its surrounding areas had been evacuated. If the Dionysian army attacked with more than 20,000 soldiers, the people of Larissa would certainly not be able to resist their attack. Therefore, the judgment of the cavalry general was likely to be correct. It was completely meaningless for the army to reinforce Larissa in the middle of the night. Instead, it would be easy for them to be raided by the Daionia. The Dionysian army only spent one day to complete the landing on the coast of Peleus, break through the valley pass, and capture Larissa. Their combat power was quite terrifying. The Thessaly troops, led by him, could not be a match for them. It was precisely because of this that he decided not to act rashly. Instead, he concentrated his forces to defend Philae. Then he sent someone to inform Iazon and ask for reinforcements. At the same time, he observed the enemy's movements and looked for opportunities. Chapter 12:17. However, Polydorus did not know that after the order was issued, Polyphron, who was at the front of the team, turned pale. The war horse he was riding on had its mane pulled out by Polyphron, and it neighed in pain late at night. Thessaly's army returned to the camp outside the city of Philae, and the exhausted soldiers soon fell asleep. Polydorus, who was troubled by the tense situation in front of him, tossed and turned and could not sleep. Suddenly, he heard a few loud noises outside the door. He sat up subconsciously and shouted, "Felix," the guard on duty at the door, "what's going on outside?" No one responded, but then he heard footsteps. A tall figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Polyphron. His face was ferocious, and he held a dagger in his hand that shone with a cold light. Polydorus was startled and immediately shouted, "Third brother, what are you?" Polyphron's eyes widened, and he quickly and forcefully swung the dagger, cutting a big bloody wound on Polydorus' face. The blood and pain made him stop shouting abruptly, and he fell on his back on the bed. Polyphron did not hesitate to stab his brother's chest with the dagger, and blood splashed on his face. It was not until Polydorus stopped struggling that he stood up, stared at his brother lying in a pool of blood, and whispered fiercely, "Coward! You should have died long ago. Next, I will let Iazon know that only I can save Thessaly." At dusk that day, the messenger of Orops rode to Athens. The General Executive Committee of Athens quickly held an emergency meeting about this. "Everyone, I have just received news from the Orops," Callistratus said with a serious expression. Their crew discovered a large number of Dionian warships and transport ships entering the Mariakos Gulf and Pegasa Gulf and staying there for a long time. Callistratus said solemnly, "The other 8 generals were shocked when they heard the news." Someone could not help but exclaim, "The people of Daionia are going to land on Thessaly." Someone said worriedly, "It's not just about landing in Thessaly. If the Daionia successfully landed in Mariakos Bay, they could definitely capture Heraclea and Hot Spring Pass, and then continue south to attack the city of Phocis. Since the start of the war, Athens has been on guard against the Dionia's possible landing. Thessaly should be prepared as well. The Dionysian army might not be able to land successfully," one of the generals said with uncertainty. "The key is how many soldiers did Daionia send out? Did the Europeans say how many Daionia troopers there are?" Chabrias asked. "I've asked." Callistratus replied. "They could not give a specific number, but they are sure that the number of Daionia warships and troop ships they saw must be more than 1,000. 1,000, Chabrias estimated. If the entire fleet of Daionia is calculated as 1,000 ships, even if the troopers account for half of them, there are about 25,000 soldiers. And we all know very well that the number of warships in a mixed fleet of warships and transport fleets often only accounts for a quarter of the entire fleet, or even less. Excluding some of the transport ships, I estimate that the Dionysian army that is landing on land has at least 30,000 soldiers. 30,000! The other generals of Athens looked at each other, and one of them said, It is reported that there are more than 30,000 Dionysian army soldiers defending Peloponnesus against the Greek coalition forces. Could it be that they have transported the main force of Dionia that is defending Messenia and Sparta to the north? I don't think so, Chabrias said with certainty. If the Dionia have withdrawn their troops in Peloponnesus, then the remaining soldiers are certainly not enough to resist the attack of the Greek coalition forces. Once we recapture Messenia and Sparta, it is tantamount to cutting off the retreat route of their army that has just landed in the north. I think the Dionia would not make such a big mistake. Besides, a few years ago, when Dionia and Carthage were at war, they had sent out 100,000 troops. The army of Dionia landing in the north is likely to be the new army that has just been sent from their country. The news of Dionia sending out 100,000 soldiers to fight against Carthage is just a rumor. It cannot be confirmed to be true. Who knows if Dionia is deliberately exaggerating the truth to scare the surrounding forces? The general stubbornly retorted, "Even if it's the truth, it's only because they were fighting on their own land." Now, transporting tens of thousands of soldiers from Dionia to Thessaly, which is hundreds of miles away, would cost a lot of resources. You should know very well how much resources it would take to transport tens of thousands of soldiers from Dionia to Thessaly, which is hundreds of miles away. I don't think Dionia has the capability to transfer troops from their own domain. Chabrias said seriously, during the War of Peloponnesus, Athens could already send out 40,000 troops to Syracuse. Now that the territory controlled by the Kingdom of Dionia is much larger than ours back then, of course they can do it. The general sneered. The territory of the Kingdom of Dionia is indeed much larger than that of Athens, but most of it is barren and barren. How can it be compared to the wealth of Athens back then? At that time, we controlled the trade of the entire Aegean Sea. Everyone, stop arguing. Callistratus advised with a serious expression, regardless of whether the Dionysian army that landed in Thessaly was transferred from Peloponnesus or was transported from the Kingdom of Dionia. The problem now is that the defenses in Thessaly should be very weak. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to defend against such a large army. What should we do about it? Immediately send someone to inform the cities of Phocis and Locris that Dionia has landed in Thessaly. Ask them to strengthen the defenses of their cities and send people to investigate the movements of the Dionysian army in Thessaly as soon as possible, Chabrias said calmly. At the same time, we should immediately send someone to Peloponnesus and inform Iason of this news. He will definitely lead his army back to Thessaly as soon as possible, defeat the Dionysian army and eliminate the threat in the north. When necessary, we should also send reinforcements. Chabrias, I can only agree to half of your proposal. A slow voice came from the corner. A leisurely voice came from the corner. The person who spoke was a white-haired old man. He had been resting with his eyes closed, but the moment he spoke, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. His name was Agarios, an aristocrat of Athens. He used to be one of the leaders of the Democrats, and had been elected as the general of Athens many times. Working together with Thrasybulus, they gradually brought out the shadow of the defeat against Sparta and began to restore the strength of the past. Moreover, he pursued the principle of the interests of the city, which directly led to the creation of the theater subsidy system. Therefore, he was very loved and respected by the people of Athens. However, in recent years, he no longer participated in the election of the general of Athens. One reason was that he was too old, but the more important reason was that he was the father of Callistratus. He wanted to make way for his son, who was already famous and had greater ambitions. 2 months ago, a Democratic general was seriously ill and could not participate in the council. He recommended Agarios to replace him, and the Citizens' Assembly finally passed this somewhat absurd resolution. The possible reason was that Callistratus had successfully signed the contract with Sparta and pushed out the Thebes. This was a great benefit to the Athens, and it won him great prestige. In addition, in the face of the invasion of the Dionysian army, the decline of Sparta, the rise of the Thebes, and the ambition of Thessaly, Agarios, who had experienced the War of Peloponnesus and the War of Corinth, was in charge of the General Executive Committee. This would probably make the Greek people feel more at ease. Therefore, there was the anecdote of a father and son serving as the general of Athens at the same time. This was something that had never happened since Athens adopted the democratic system. Currently, the Greek allied forces are attacking Messenia and Sparta, which are occupied by the Dionysian. They have the absolute advantage. Perhaps it will only take a few more days to break through the defense of the Dionia and completely drive them out of Peloponnesus. If we tell Tarchus that Thessaly is under attack by the Dionysian army at this time, he will definitely lead his army back to Thessaly immediately. It will take at least 2 to 3 months before he can rejoin the Greek allied forces. Agarios scanned the crowd with a deep gaze, and finally his eyes fell on his son. There is even a possibility that he will not lead the main force to the south again, to prevent Thessaly from being attacked again. According to Iphicrates' report, not only does Thessaly's army account for half of the Greek allied forces, but it is also very strong. It is the main force of the allied forces to attack the Dionysian army. Once Thessaly's army leaves, the fighting strength of the allied forces will be greatly weakened, and the confidence of the other Greek city-states will be shaken. At that time, not only will the Greek allied forces no longer have the upper hand, but they may also suffer a defeat. Callistratus' heart skipped a beat, and he said hesitantly, "Father, you mean we should not tell this news to Iasion for the time being. But this way, Thessaly will be in danger. Once Dionia occupies Thessaly, not only will they be able to threaten central Greece from the north, they may even be able to threaten Amphipolis in the north of Macedonia. In the long run, we will lose more than we gain." Agarios did not immediately respond. His turbid eyes looked forward, and with some reminiscence he said unhurriedly, "You all know that I was once a survivor of the Battle of Amphipolis, a crucial battle in the Peloponnesus War, where Athens was defeated, causing the food transportation channel from the Yoke Galaxy to Athens to be cut off. But you don't know that before that battle I stayed in the territory of Thessaly for a period of time, and I have a certain understanding of Thessaly, the land that is flat and vast, with a large population. The city-states are fighting all year round, and there are many fierce and aggressive aborigines in the surrounding mountains, constantly fighting with the people of Thessaly. I was actually very surprised that Iasion was able to unify it in the end. A unified Thessaly is the main force to resist Dionia, but it is also a threat to Athens. I think Iasion has fully demonstrated his ambition before. I don't think that, as a foreign race, Dionia can completely conquer Thessaly and its surrounding areas with just 30,000 soldiers. It is more likely that they will arouse the anger of the xenophobic people of Thessaly, just like when Sparta invaded Boeotia before, completely falling into the quagmire of war. And a Thessaly that has fallen back into chaos will no longer be a threat to Athens. Note, according to historical records, after Iasion was assassinated, his brother Polydorus took over as Tarchus. He and Polydoron died on the way to Larissa, and then Polydoron took over as Thessaly's Tarchus. Because Polydorus died suddenly without any warning, many people at that time thought that Polydoron killed Polydorus while he was sleeping at night. Chapter 12:18. Agarios's words caused the other generals to fall into deep thought. But even if we don't tell the Greek coalition army the news, Thessaly will still send a messenger to Peloponnesus and tell the tyrant, and the Phocians in the north will also. Someone raised an objection. I think Agarios's suggestion is very reasonable. Chabrias was the first to express his agreement. We can first send a messenger to quietly inform Iphicrates, and let him urge the Greek coalition army to seize the time to increase the attack on Messenia and Sparta. As for the messenger sent by Thessaly, whether it is by sea or by land, he will inevitably pass through our sphere of influence. We only need to strengthen the patrol of Sarone's Bay and the Isthmus. Thessaly's messenger will not be able to escape from our hands. We only need to. Chabrias stretched out his right hand and made a chopping gesture. Everyone understood. As for the Phocians, they are more afraid of the people of Thessaly than of Dionia. We only need to send troops to support them, and they will agree with our approach." After Cablias finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent for a moment. Soon, someone said, "I think Cablia's suggestion is feasible. Even if the tyrant will still receive the news in the end, we've won time. Perhaps during this period of time, we've already taken back Sparta." "I also agree." The generals of Athens expressed their agreement one after another. Only Callistratus was still a little hesitant, but the general situation had been decided. His father, Agarios, once again calmly closed his eyes to rest. After the army set off this morning, Clotocatax, Printos, and other generals stationed in Peloponnesus had been worried about the important matter of whether the landing on Thessaly would be successful. They waited until late at night, when the fleet returned one after another. Only then did they receive the exact news, and they could finally celebrate the success of the landing. But this was just the beginning. From tomorrow onwards, whether it was Thessaly, Central Greece, or even the city-states of Peloponnesus, they might know about the news of the Dionysian army's raid on Thessaly. They would inevitably take corresponding measures, and it was impossible for Dionia to frequently send such a large fleet to Thessaly to transport supplies. After all, the ship owners and crew were not soldiers, so they should not take such a big risk. The army of nearly 100,000 in Peloponnesus consumed a lot of food every day. They must occupy Thessaly as soon as possible in order to obtain all the supplies in Thessaly to support the army. Therefore, the next few days were crucial for both sides. After killing his second brother, Polydorus, he immediately ordered his trusted troops to surround the central military tent. He arrested all of Polydorus' personal guards on the grounds that Polydorus was assassinated by Dionia and his personal guards were derelict in their duties. Then he informed the generals of the army to urgently come to the tent for a meeting. Before dawn, the generals of Thessaly gathered in the tent. They were shocked to learn that Polydorus was assassinated by Dionia. At the same time, they inevitably had doubts. But Polydorus did not give them more time to think, nor did he listen to their dissuasion. He directly announced that all the derelict personal guards would be pulled out of the tent and beheaded in public. In an instant, the camp was filled with people's heads and screams. This scene frightened the generals in the tent. In the face of Polydorus' trusted troops, who were sharpening their swords, they quickly admitted that Polydorus would replace Polydorus and become the temporary military commander of Thessaly. After taking control of the camp, Polydorus first conducted a full blockade of the camp and prohibited anyone from going out. Then, he sent a messenger to the city of Philae. In the name of Polydorus, the messenger said that there is an important military matter to discuss with Minister Acidamas and the others. He hoped that they could come to the camp. Acidamas was worried about the sudden landing of the Dionysian army in Thessaly. He did not sleep the whole night. After listening to Polydorus' messenger, he thought that the war situation in Thessaly had changed again. Without thinking carefully, he hurriedly rushed to the military camp outside the city with several other ministers. As a result, as soon as they entered the military camp, they were arrested by the soldiers sent by Polydorus. Then Polydorus sentenced Acidamas and the others to death on the charge of colluding with the Dionysian army and intending to rebel. The generals tried their best to dissuade him, but Polydorus insisted on not listening. He forcibly executed Acidamas and the other 5 people. When the soldiers brought the heads of the 6 people into the tent, Polydorus pointed at Acidamas' head and cursed. It turned out that he thought that Acidamas had always looked down on him. Iason had never given him an important task because of Acidamas and the others. Of course, killing people to vent his anger was only one of Polydorus' purposes. More importantly, he thought that Acidamas and the others held the administrative power of the city alliance of Thessaly. With their existence, he would inevitably be obstructed if he wanted to act freely in this land. At this time, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Polydorus quickly gathered the army and entered the city of Philae. In the beginning, the people of Philae were still excited because, with the presence of the army, their safety was more guaranteed. Unexpectedly, after Polydorus gathered the officials of Philae, he asked them to mobilize the military in the city, gather all the public militia, and follow his army to fight against the Dionysian army that was entrenched near Larissa. When the officials heard this, they immediately refused with the reason that we only listen to the orders of Sir Acidamas. Polydorus immediately raised Acidamas' head and also executed the two officials who opposed the most vehemently on the charge of colluding with the people of Dionia and intending to rebel on the spot. Polydorus' ferocity frightened the officials of Philae, and they could only follow his orders while trembling with fear. Previously, when Iazon mobilized the entire city of Thessaly, he recruited an army to fight in the south. The more soldiers the other city-states had, the better. However, he only recruited less than 1,000 soldiers from Philae City. This was because Philae City, as the place where he started his career, needed enough strength to stabilize the situation in Thessaly after he led his army away. As Philae City was already in a state of war preparation, more than 6,000 public militia were gathered in just half a day. Including the 2,000 soldiers that were originally stationed in Philae City, Polydorus had a total of nearly 30,000 soldiers. He thought that he had a strong military force. Even when he received the report from the scouts that the Dionysian army had captured the city of Larissa, he was still confident that he could lead his army to defeat the Dionysian army. Therefore, he did not listen to the Philae officials' advice and quickly led his army out of the city, marching towards Larissa. On the same morning, Patroclus summoned the commander of the 11th Legion, Ephiart, and gave him an order. The 11th Legion was to guard Lamia and Heraclea, seize Hot Spring Pass as soon as possible, and at the same time block the reinforcements of Thessaly from the south. Accepting this order meant that the 11th Legion could no longer participate in the military campaign to conquer Thessaly. After a moment of hesitation, Ephiart accepted the order. But at the same time, he also made a request. If they found an opportunity, could the 11th Legion continue to attack the towns in Greece from the south? Seeing that Ephiart was a veteran general with a lot of experience in war, Patroclus agreed to his request. But at the same time, he emphasized that no matter what kind of military action he took, he must first ensure the safety of Lamia, Heraclea, and Hot Spring Pass. After Ephiart accepted the order, he immediately began to prepare for the military campaign to seize Hot Spring Pass. Although according to the confession of the Thessaly soldiers who were captured in Heraclea, there were only about 200 mercenaries stationed at Hot Spring Pass, but the dangerous terrain and the legendary story made Ephiart adopt a cautious attitude. He left 2,000 soldiers to guard Lamia, 1,000 soldiers to guard Heraclea, and he personally led 5,000 soldiers and the engineering battalion. At the same time, he also brought a few Lamia guides. Although the legendary story showed the world how difficult it was to seize Hot Spring Pass, it also told the world that there was a remote mountain road that could go around to the south of Hot Spring Pass. Therefore, Ephiart decided to take the method of using the main force to contain the enemy from the front, and sending some surprise troops to take a detour through the mountain road to seize Hot Spring Pass. For this reason, he selected the Samni soldiers from the Light Armor Brigade and the Light Infantry Brigade to form a surprise troop. The 11th Legion was based in Lusnia, and the soldiers were from the Downey region. In recent years, many Samni came out of the mountains and voluntarily applied to become citizens of Dionia. Most of them lived in the eastern plains of Campania and the Downey region. Under the guidance of the Lamia guides, they would use their excellent mountain combat ability to complete the detour and surprise attack on Hot Spring Pass. While the 11th Legion was preparing for the military campaign against Hot Spring Pass, Patroclus had already led the other legions to cross the mountains to the north of Lamia in order to enter the southern plains of Thessaly. In order to prevent being intercepted by the Thessaly army in the mountains, he divided the army into 3 parts, led by the Lamia guides, and advanced into the Thessaly territory through 3 different routes. On the same morning, Helos came to Larissa with a large group of middle and low-ranking officials from various departments of the kingdom. These officials were carefully selected by the kingdom's administrative office and were ordered to govern the area of Thessaly that was about to be conquered. More than half of them were originally refugees from Thessaly. Note, according to historical records, after Polyphron took over Tarsus, the first thing he did was to arrest and execute 8 of the best administrative ministers, headed by Acidamas, who assisted Iazon and governed Thessaly without any reason. He also banished many officials, and then ruled Thessaly in a brutal way, causing great dissatisfaction among the people of Thessaly. In less than a year, one of his generals, Alexander, rebelled under the banner of revenge for Polydorus, killed him, and became the new Tarchus. But this Alexander was also a tyrant. Under his rule, the power of Thessaly declined and eventually fell into turmoil. Later, it was conquered by the rise of Macedonia. Chapter 12:19. Standing in front of the familiar yet strange city of Larissa, Helos could not help but sigh. More than 30 years ago, he had lost his land and his life was difficult. In order to survive, he had to accept the Sparta's offer to recruit soldiers and go on an expedition. When he left, his mood was gloomy. The stories he had heard about the Thessalese mercenaries made him feel that he would probably die on the battlefield like most of them, never to return home. He had never thought that he would return home as a conqueror. Helos sat on the war horse in a daze. Most of the officials behind him already knew that Larissa was the home of this important minister of the kingdom, so no one went forward to disturb him. However, Helos quickly recovered from his melancholy. He took a deep breath, turned around, and said to the officials, "Let's go. Let's go into the city." When the officer in charge of guarding the city gate saw Helos and his entourage, he immediately came forward and saluted. "Sir Helos, we pay our respects to you. Commander Metones and Commander Lazuru are waiting for you at the governor's mansion." After that, he turned around and led the way. Helos slowly walked into the city on his war horse. He looked around. The streets were clean and tidy, and it was obvious that they had been carefully cleaned. Occasionally, he could see bloodstains on the ground. There were no pedestrians on the road, only fully armed legionnaires standing straight on the roadside. However, through the gaps in the doors and windows of the houses on both sides of the street, he could see pairs of eyes intertwined with anger and fear. The governor's mansion was near the square in the center of the city. This building had existed since Helos left. It was the residence of the tyrant at that time. Due to the passage of time, he could no longer remember the name of the tyrant. "Captain, you're finally here." Seeing Xylos walk into the courtyard, Metones took the initiative to greet him with a smile on his face. His voice was as loud as a bell. "Yesterday, Lazaro and I led our brothers to run more than 100 miles without rest. Then we launched an attack on Larissa. By the time we took down the city, our brothers were almost all exhausted. I remember your instructions and strictly enforced the military law with Lazaro. Since we entered the city, there has not been a single incident of looting or harming the people of Larissa. What do you think? Are you satisfied?" Even though Metones addressed Helos as the mercenary in the past to show his closeness, Helos still said bluntly, "What's the use of satisfying me? The key is whether you can satisfy His Majesty and the kingdom. The expedition to Thessaly is an important decision made by His Majesty and the Ministry of Military Affairs. Whether we can completely conquer Thessaly and further control Greece depends on whether you can strictly implement the strategy formulated by the Ministry of Military Affairs." Speaking up to this point, his brows relaxed. "Commander Lazaro, Commander Metones, congratulations! From the moment you've landed until now, you've led the army to achieve the initial target smoothly, and you've made a good start for the upcoming battle." As he spoke, he solemnly clenched his right fist and placed it on the left side of his chest. He lowered his head and gave a military salute to Metones and Lazaro. Metones and Lazaro hurriedly returned the salute respectfully. Not only Metones, but Lazaro had also served under Xylos in the past, so he was quite respectful toward this senior officer. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited here with Metones. After the military salute, Helos said in a serious tone, "But I still have to remind you that time is of the essence for the assault. Although we've gained some advantages, You shouldn't be satisfied and continue to rest here. You should seize the time and lead your army to continue the attack. Don't give the enemy any time to breathe and occupy the entire territory of Thessaly as soon as possible to achieve the strategic goal formulated by the Ministry of Military Affairs. Matones explained with some dissatisfaction, "It's not that we don't want to seize the time to continue the attack, but our brothers fought continuously yesterday and are very tired. They need sufficient rest before they can continue the battle. After discussing with Lazaro, we've decided to gather the army tomorrow morning and march to Philai." Lazaro immediately said, "Matones is right. Many of the soldiers have not woken up yet. They are indeed very tired. We've already sent the supply camp to Larissa to buy cattle and sheep. We're going to give the soldiers a good meal so that they can recover as soon as possible. Of course, we've also solemnly reminded the supply officer not to force them to buy or sell. We'll follow the seller's wishes and trade according to the market price," Matones quickly added. Helos nodded and remembered what he had to do next. He said, "Matones, since you're only leaving tomorrow, lend me your armor to wear for half a day." "Why do you want to wear my armor?" Matones was a little confused. He looked at Helos and suddenly understood. "Oh, you're going to meet your old friends. You want them to know that you're now a big shot in the kingdom of Dionia. I want them to know that I'm now an important person. Only then will they be willing to cooperate with us and stabilize the order in Larissa." Helos said with a straight face. It was not that he did not know that he had retired from the army. It was not appropriate for him to wear the armor of a legion commander. However, as a senator of the Senate and the regional governor, his pure white Bolton armor with black embroidery was a symbol of nobility in the eyes of the people of Dionia. However, in the eyes of the people of Larissa, it was only of good quality and nothing special. The armor of a general, on the other hand, directly showed the status of the general. It could save a lot of time and effort. For this reason, he even borrowed a team of guards from Matones. Matones did as he was told. However, when Helos was about to leave the mansion, he finally could not help but ask, "Captain, when His Majesty gave us the order to attack Thessaly, he did not give any special instructions to Peleus. Did he tell you anything about Peleus?" Helos stopped and answered without hesitation, "Yes, His Majesty told me that I don't have to take special care of the city of Peleus. I just need to govern it like the other towns in Thessaly." He then sighed softly, "However, I still secretly sent someone to inquire about it yesterday. Back then, the Macedonians raided the village where His Majesty lived, killed all the villagers, and burned it down. The bodies of his parents were burned to the point where they could not be identified, just like the other bodies. Finally, they were buried in a hurry. Now, it is a wasteland overgrown with weeds. No one remembers the specific location of the burial site. Damn the Macedonians!" Matones roared angrily. Wearing Matones' armor, Helos led a team of heavily armed guards to the civilian area of Larissa. Along the way, he attracted a lot of attention. Soon, he found some of his former neighbors and friends. When they learned that Helos, who had left Larissa for more than 30 years, had become an important minister of the kingdom of Dionia, they were very surprised. Back then, the young Helos was willing to help others and was good at fighting for justice. He had a good reputation in the civilian area. Therefore, although he returned to his hometown as an invader, he did not arouse the resentment of his former friends. Instead, they believed him when he said that Dionia would implement some policies for the occupied towns in Thessaly and were willing to publicize it for him. More than 10 years ago, when Dionia conquered Rome in order to win the trust of the civilians in Rome, they specially selected slaves from Rome and entrusted them with important tasks. Only then did they gradually dispel the doubts of the civilians in Rome. Now that Helos was a citizen of Larissa, he had a good reputation in the area. Using this method to stabilize and govern Larissa was naturally twice the result with half the effort. On the morning of the third day, Matones and Lazaro left 2,000 soldiers to help Helos stabilize the order in the city of Larissa. They led the main force out of the city and marched eastward. On the way, they encountered the Thessaly army that was rushing over. At first, Polyphron, who had just received the news, was excited because he did not have to rush to Larissa to defeat the main force of the Dionysian army. But then he saw enemies in black helmets and black armors coming from the distance, causing the Dionia army to stretch out on both sides. He suddenly realized that the number of Dionia soldiers might be far more than 20,000, and they were moving quickly. Obviously, they were well trained. Polyphron panicked a little. Although he had always fought bravely, it was always under the command of his elder brother, Iason. He had never had the experience of commanding such a large-scale battle independently. At this moment, all he could do was to remove the messengers and urge the generals to line up according to his deployment as soon as possible. He even rode anxiously to the rear of the army, shouting hysterically, "Tell the soldiers to speed up the formation. Anyone who is slow will be severely punished after the battle." Just as this army, which was temporarily put together by the various city-states of Thessaly, was unfolding in a mess, the Dionia army suddenly changed. It suddenly broke from the center, and the distance between them grew larger and larger until it split into two parts, each corresponding to the left and right wings of Thessaly's army. The reason why the Dionysian army did this was because Metones and Lazaro were commanders of the same rank. In order to facilitate the command and avoid conflicts, they each commanded their own troops to fight. The second reason was to disrupt the enemy's deployment, so the two troops were deliberately combined at the beginning. The sudden change in the Dionia army's formation confused the inexperienced Polyphron. For a moment, he did not know how to deal with it. At this moment, the Dionysian army launched an attack. It did not take long for the two wings of Thessaly's army to collapse, and the collapse quickly spread to the entire army. Polyphron's rapid collapse was not only because of his lack of experience and poor command, but also because of the strong dissatisfaction of Thessaly's militia. Chapter 12:20. Polydorus had a gentle and steady personality. He was kind to the soldiers, so the militiamen were more willing to accept him as their commander. His death was very strange, and it made the soldiers suspicious. Acidorus and the other 6 ministers were all very famous people in the Thessaly city-states. They were specially selected by Iason to help him unify the entire Thessaly region. In the end, they were killed by Polydorus on a groundless charge. How could this not make the militiamen from the various city-states angry? They were just afraid of Polydorus's power and temporarily endured it. When the Dionia soldiers' swift and violent attacks led to a disadvantageous situation, the soldiers of Thessaly, who did not have a strong fighting spirit, quickly gave up fighting and chose to escape. There were even Phalae militiamen who were dissatisfied with Polydorus's actions and killed Polydorus, who was also fleeing in disorder in the chaos. The Thessaly army was defeated, and the soldiers were no longer restrained. They wanted to escape back to their motherland. They scattered in all directions, causing the whole area to be full of defeated soldiers. It seemed to be a little disadvantageous for the Dionysian army after the battle. Metones and Lazaro did not expect the Thessaly army to be defeated so quickly. But at the same time, they both thought that the victory of this battle would help them capture the city of Phalae, which may have been completely defenseless, as soon as possible and completely solve the problem of the Dionysian army's food supply. This was the original purpose of their eastward march. So the two of them ordered the light armored soldiers, light infantry battalions, and cavalry legions who did not contribute much in the battle, not to chase after the defeated soldiers, but to hurry to Phalae. While the armies of Metones and Lazaro were fighting with the Thessaly army in the northern plains, Patroclus had led the army over the mountains and entered the same flat southern plains of Thessaly. The soldiers continued to march northeast to the hilly area, regardless of exhaustion. In the afternoon, they arrived at the center of the southern plains, Pharsalus. When the Dionysian army landed in the Gulf of Mariakos, the Lamias had sent messengers to ask for help from Pharsalus. Therefore, the Pharsalus people were prepared for the arrival of the Dionysian army. They even sent messengers to ask for help from Phalae. But when the messenger arrived in Phalae, Polydorus had already led his army to Larissa. he received the news that Acidorus, who was respected by the Pharsalus people, was killed. He did not have time to send the news back to the city. The people of Pharsalus did not expect the Dionysian army to come so quickly and in such large numbers. The militia looked down from the city and could only see endless black surging. It was terrifying. The city of Pharsalus was built on a hill, and they had been prepared in advance. It was getting late, and the Dionia soldiers had been marching for a long time and were physically exhausted. So Patroclus ordered the army to camp and rest less than a mile away from the city of Pharsalus. The distance between the two sides was so close that it was easy to be attacked. But Patroclus, with his absolute advantage in strength, was not worried. Instead, he was happy to see it happen. But just as the soldiers began to dig trenches and build camps, he received a report from a cavalry scout. There were many defeated soldiers of Thessaly in the north. After thinking for a while, Patroclus immediately issued an order. Let some of the troops who were building camps immediately surround the city of Pharsalus to prevent any defeated soldiers from escaping into the city. At the same time, the cavalry legion, light infantry, and light armor troops were sent to hunt down the defeated soldiers of Thessaly. These defeated soldiers of Thessaly, who had been running for several hours, thought that they had escaped the pursuit of the Dionysian army, but they did not expect to run into another huge Dionysian army. This was a great blow to them, who were extremely tired. Many of them simply chose to surrender. Before dusk, the pursuit was coming to an end. The Dionysian army had captured nearly 2,000 defeated soldiers of Thessaly, most of whom were people of Pharsalus. Through their interrogation, Patroclus learned about the general movements of the armies of Martones and Lazuru in the north in the past few days. He was happy for their successive attacks on Peleus, Larissa, and the defeat of Thessaly's main force. At the same time, he reminded himself to speed up the military action, so that when the two armies met, his prestige would be reduced due to too few military achievements, even though it was he who had taken the initiative to land on the most difficult southern coast. Therefore, Patroclus selected 5 high-ranking and reputable captives from the captured Pharsalus soldiers. First, he assembled the army and let these captives follow him to review the tens of thousands of high-spirited soldiers. Then he called Lamia's guide and explained the fact that the Dionysian army had occupied Lamia, Heraclea, and Hot Spring Pass in the south. After that, Patroclus formally talked to them and told them clearly that Dionia had sent 100,000 troops to attack Thessaly, and the main force of the army was far away in Thessaly in Peloponnesus. The city-states of Thessaly would certainly find it difficult to resist, but as long as Pharsalus surrendered to Dionia, he could swear in the name of Hades, the patron saint of Dionia, that the Dionysian army would not harm the people of Pharsalus and would not plunder the property of the people at will. But if Pharsalus still refused to surrender before dawn, he would execute more than 2,000 Pharsalus captives, and then lead the army to attack the city of Pharsalus. After capturing the city, all the people of Pharsalus would become slaves of Dionia. Soon, Patroclus led the captives who served as messengers into the city of Pharsalus. The captives hurried to the council of Pharsalus and conveyed the request of Dionia to the counselors who had not left. At the same time, they also told them what had happened in Thessaly in the past few days. The counselors of Pharsalus were shocked when they heard the story. In order to conquer Thessaly, Dionia had sent 100,000 troops. Although the captives gave a positive answer based on the number of Dionysian army they saw in the northern and southern plains of Thessaly, the counselors still had some doubts about such a large number. They had already captured Peleus, Larissa, Lamia, Heraclea, and Hot Springs Pass. This information was less doubtful. On the side of the Thessaly alliance, not only was the temporary commander Polydorus murdered, but the only defensive army in Thessaly had just suffered a crushing defeat. What made the people of Pharsalus even angrier was that their backbone, the respected Acidamus, had been executed by Polydoron as a traitor. The invasion of the Dionysian army was irresistible, and the Iasian family was not trustworthy. Where should Pharsalus go? At dusk, the bells in the city of Pharsalus rang, and the counselors urgently convened a citizens' meeting. As one of the most powerful states in Thessaly, there were less than 2,000 citizens attending the meeting and less than 500 young and middle-aged citizens. Most of the citizens were either captives of Dionia or still in the army, led by Aeson. In fact, the citizens of Pharsalus had been intimidated by the huge Dionysian army outside the city. Now that they knew that the enemy was stronger than they had seen, and they were isolated and helpless, most of the citizens agreed to surrender to Dionia. The citizens of Pharsalus quickly passed a resolution. They declared that the reason for passing the resolution was to save the lives of their compatriots outside the city and to prevent the destruction of Pharsalus. After all, the tragedy of the Tegea people's betrayal of the covenant and their eventual destruction by Dionia had spread throughout Greece, and the people of Pharsalus did not want to repeat the same mistake. That night, Pharsalus sent messengers out of the city to discuss the surrender with the Dionysian army. Among the powerful states of Thessaly, Phyllis was relatively special. It was surrounded by undulating hills. Restricted by the terrain, its urban area was not large, and there was no flat and fertile land in its territory. The reason why it was rich was that it relied on maritime trade. Especially after Aeson became the tyrant of Phyllis, he vigorously expanded the port, causing the area of the port area to almost occupy half of the entire city. Therefore, it was difficult to completely separate it from the main city. There were more than a dozen cargo ships docked at a dock in the port. A fat, middle-aged man staggered towards the dock. He greeted the owners of the merchant ships nearby while he was hiccuping. It was not until he approached the innermost of the dozen cargo ships that he stopped and put on a drunken posture. He took the opportunity to quietly glance around. After he found nothing unusual, he staggered and jumped onto the ship, then wobbled into the cabin. Compared to the crew sleeping on the deck, there were 3 people sitting in the narrow cabin, discussing something in a low voice. "Captain, I'm back," the sailor who jumped onto the ship said in a low voice. The man who was addressed as the captain was around 40 years old. He was abnormally burly, and there were several obvious scars on his face and body. His every movement exuded an awe-inspiring aura. He was the current captain of the Mountain Ridge Reconnaissance Brigade of the Sacred Kingdom of Dionia, Tegetus. Why would Tegetus, who was supposed to follow Clotocatax to fight in Peloponnesus, appear at the port of Phyllis? It turned out that the Ministry of Military Affairs had formulated the military plan to land and raid Thessaly. The Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade was an important part of the plan. As the landing troops had to capture Thessaly as soon as possible to alleviate the shortage of food supplies, the issue of how to successfully capture Phyllis, the center of Thessaly, became the most important issue. Sending a small team to infiltrate in advance and coordinate with the main force of the siege was an important method for the Dionysian army to capture cities in previous wars. The Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade happened to be the team that was best at this tactic. They had made many military achievements, so they were assigned to infiltrate Phyllis. Chapter 1221. During this period of time, in order to stock up enough rations for the Thessaly army fighting on the Peloponnesus Peninsula, Acidamas had to purchase rations from abroad. Originally, Aeson had a military plan to conquer the Greek mainland, so he had stored a lot of rations in advance. However, the Dionysian army's sudden invasion of Peloponnesus messed up the original plan. Aeson had led his army to the south for nearly 2 months, and the food reserves were almost depleted. However, the war seemed to be far from ending. It was already August, and the city-states of Thessaly were running out of food. However, the harvest season in September had yet to arrive, so they had to purchase rations from abroad to tide over this relatively difficult period of time. Hence, the rations from Yoke Galaxy naturally became the first choice for Philae. For this reason, the Ministry of Military Affairs looked for Sostatus, who had trade channels throughout the Mediterranean Sea. Sostatus agreed to cooperate actively. He asked the fleet in charge of trading in Yoke Galaxy to pretend to be a merchant ship from Yoke Galaxy. They carried rations to Philae for sale many times and most of the sailors in the fleet were soldiers from the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade. After a while, the management and patrol team of Philae's port became more familiar with this fleet from Yoke Galaxy. Therefore, the day before the Dionysian army landed on Thessaly, Sostatus's fleet deliberately arrived at Philae's port in the afternoon. By the time they finished unloading the rations, it was already past dusk. After all, it was dangerous to sail in the Aegean Sea at night, so the entire fleet had no choice but to stay at the port. The next day, the Dionysian fleet suddenly blockaded Philae's port, so naturally Sostatus's fleet could not leave. For the next few days, the Dionysian fleet had been patrolling the nearby waters, destroying many merchant ships that wanted to escape from Philae. Sostatus's fleet had been staying at Philae's port on the grounds of safety. Of course, many merchant ships from other city-states had also chosen to stay at Philae's port. Therefore, there were many ships docked at Philae's port, making Sostatus's fleet inconspicuous. However, to Sostatus's surprise, Philae suddenly strengthened the management of the port. Not only did it prohibit foreign sailors from roaming freely in the port, but it also prohibited them from entering the city. Moreover, it even sent more troops to the port. In fact, Acidamas saw that there were too many foreign ships and crews in the port. He was worried that accidents would happen during the war, so he took this precaution. Although it was impossible for Acidamas to know that the Dionysian army was lurking in the port, he still made the right decision based on his years of experience in government affairs. However, he never expected that Polyphron would kill Polydorus, and then brutally kill him and a few other ministers. The high-ranking officials of Philae were all captured in one fell swoop, causing the other officials to panic. Then Polyphron transferred most of the citizen soldiers from Philae, and the order to monitor the port was no longer carried out. This gave the members of Sostatus' fleet a chance to sneak into the city. "Captain Cleomenes, what good news did you get?" Tegetus asked anxiously. Cleomenes, a citizen of Dionia, was one of the captains of the fleet under Sostatus, and was in charge of the trade in the Yoke Galaxy. After years of hard work, he had earned quite a lot of wealth, and was considered a little famous in the Thurii Chamber of Commerce. However, in front of Tegetus, he did not dare to be careless. After all, Tegetus was a famous hero of the kingdom. He rubbed his face hard with his hands, and the drunken look disappeared quickly. With a serious face, he said, "Didn't I invite a few port officials I'm familiar with to a restaurant for a drink? Guess what? I didn't even have to waste my effort to dig out their words. I only drank a few mouthfuls of wine, and they took the initiative to tell me something. So, the reason why the port was suddenly released these 2 days is because a huge change has happened in Philae City." "What change?" A Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade officer next to him asked anxiously. After Aesintarchus of Thessaly left with his army, he temporarily handed over the military command of the entire Thessaly to his brother, Polydorus, and handed over the administrative power to Acidamas and a few other ministers. Guess what happened? Cleomenes said word by word. Polydorus suddenly died in the military camp outside Philae City. It was said that he was killed by an assassin we sent, but the murderer was not caught. That's impossible. Tegetus shook his head. The Ministry of Military Affairs did not formulate an assassination plan against Polydorus. Moreover, it's difficult to assassinate the commander in a heavily guarded military camp, even if we've been trained for a long time, let alone successfully escape. Those officials quietly told me that many people suspected that Polydorus killed his brother. Cleomenes saw the surprised look on the three's faces and continued to reveal the secret of Philae City with some pride, because according to them, after Polydorus took over the military command, he brutally killed Acidamas and other ministers whom they respected. Then he hurriedly transferred most of the public militia in Philae City and personally led them to attack our army in Larissa. Before he left, he appointed one of his trusted subordinates as the castellan of Philae City. This new castellan has been doing one thing for the past 2 days. He's busy arresting officials who are dissatisfied with Polyphron causing chaos in the city. Not only are officials like them unwilling to continue carrying out their duties, but some citizens are also worried about their own safety and have begun to flee. Tegetus and the others were baffled after listening to this. The series of events that happened in Philii city had provided a great help to the Dionysian army. If it was not for the fact that the Ministry of Military Affairs did not give the mountain reconnaissance team a special hint before landing, Tegetus would even think that the Thessaly general Polydorus was a spy sent by the kingdom. "Did you ask them how many soldiers are in the city now?" Tegetus asked. "Of course, I won't forget such an important question," Cleomenes said confidently. Ionis said confidently, when Polyphron left, he left 500 soldiers for his confidant. They are loyal to Polyphron. This is the reason why the people of Pherae dare not rebel against the new governor. As for how many citizen soldiers are there in the city, they are not too sure. However, there should not be many left. They revealed a piece of news to me. It is said that the new governor plans to forcibly recruit foreign crew members like us to participate in the battle at the port when necessary. Recruit us? This is a good thing. This way, we can take the opportunity to blend into the Philii army and help our siege team to seize Philii city. A team officer said excitedly, "Captain, Philii city is in chaos now and the people are panicking. This is a great opportunity. Why don't we launch a surprise attack at night and seize Philii city directly?" Another team officer suggested. Fictus pondered for a while, then said with a serious expression, "This time we have less than 200 brothers in Philii city. We have too little manpower, and we are not very familiar with the terrain of Philii city. Moreover, we are launching a surprise attack in the middle of the night. It is too dangerous. If we fail, not only will our previous efforts be in vain, but our brothers will also lose their lives in vain. We can't take the risk." Tegetus paused for a moment and looked at his two capable captains. He then encouraged them, "You don't have to worry. Now, we know that not only did our army successfully disembark, but they have also entered the Thessaly plains. If the Thessaly army were to leave the city at this time, they will only suffer a defeat, according to the tradition of the kingdom's army. And Philii is also the focus of the army's attack. They will definitely continue to pursue the fleeing soldiers and see if they can seize the opportunity to seize Philii. This is our chance." "Captain, I understand. I will immediately send a few soldiers to sneak into the city and closely observe the movements at the city gates." After one of the team officers finished speaking, another officer continued, "I will ask our brothers to be ready at any time. Once our army attacks the city, they will immediately rush over to provide support." Tegetus nodded in satisfaction. "Let's do that." The soldiers of the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade, who were hiding at the port of Philii, did not have to wait for long. At dusk, many of the Thessaly's defeated soldiers were chased by the Dionia Cavalry Legion and rushed to the city gates. The defenders on the city gates saw that the Dionysian army was following closely behind. Amidst the pleas and curses of the defeated soldiers, they had no choice but to obey the new governor's order and refuse to open the gates. At this moment, the soldiers of the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade who received the news took out the short swords and leather shields hidden under the planks of the ships and rushed into the city of Philii. They killed their way to the southern city gates, which were closest to them and had the least number of defenders. After they defeated the defenders at the city gates, they quickly opened the city gates, and the defeated soldiers rushed in. The Dionia cavalry, light armor soldiers, and light infantry followed closely and rushed into the city of Philii on the same day, one of Thessaly's powerful states in the south and north surrendered, while the other fell. Woo! Woo! Loud bugles sounded continuously from the rear of the battlefield. The Greek soldiers who were fighting fiercely in front of the various defensive camps hurriedly retreated. Not long after, the battlefield that had been noisy for most of the day returned to silence. Only the countless corpses and wounded soldiers on both sides of the trenches and the wooden walls showed the tragedy of the battle today. The sun had already set, and there were only a few traces of gloomy blood-red light left in the sky. Iphicrates looked at the Dionia camps in front of him that were separated from each other. His eyes were filled with reluctance and helplessness. He stood there for a long time and finally let out a long sigh. Just like before, send someone to ask the Dionia to clean up the battlefield. According to the Greek tradition, after battle, the defeated party could also send someone to clean up the battlefield and take away the dead compatriots so that they could be given a decent funeral. Chapter 1222. According to Greek tradition, after a battle, the defeated party could also send people to clean up the battlefield and take away their dead compatriots so that they could be given a decent funeral. In the past, Dionia rarely followed this tradition because they were the victors most of the time. In order to maximize the results of the battle, they were also good at continuing to pursue after the victory. When the opponent ran away, they would not have the time to do anything else. Only during this period of time, when the Dionysian army defended against the Greek coalition's attack, this Greek military tradition was well carried out. Tens of thousands of exhausted Greek coalition soldiers began to slowly retreat to Leprian's camp. Leprian was less than 20 miles away from the northern border of Messenia. This small city in the southern part of the Elis region was originally attached to Elis. Later, it was taken away by Sparta. After Elis joined the Greek coalition, it was taken back by Sparta. When the Greek coalition attacked Legania, they were frequently attacked by Dionia soldiers when they were camping. Therefore, after the army moved to Messenia, Iphicrates learned his lesson and stationed his army in Leprian, which was far away from the battlefield, mainly for safety reasons. On the way back to the camp, many generals of the other cities came to Iphicrates to complain, saying things like, "Their soldiers suffered many casualties in today's battle," and so on. Their words revealed the same meaning. They were not willing to carry out such a tragic siege again. In fact, after the attack on the northern part of Legania, the armies of the other cities were hesitant to attack the defense camp of Dionia. If it wasn't for the fact that they had captured a Dionia camp some time ago and regained their confidence, as well as the fact that Iphicrates sent most of the Athens army into battle as an example and issued an all-out attack order today, the armies of the other cities would not have fought so hard. However, it turned out that the small victory a few days ago was just an illusion. Not only did the defense of Dionia not weaken, but it had also strengthened. Although the Greek coalition's siege ability had improved a little, they had learned a lot from the continuous battles against Dionia's camps. It was still not enough to break through the complex defense system of the Dionysian army. Iphicrates gave the same answer to the vague expressions of these generals. The allied forces would no longer attack the defensive encampment of Dionia. Iphicrates' affirmative answer surprised the generals, but he didn't say anything else. Returning to the military tent in Leprian's camp, Iphicrates had just taken off his armor when a guard outside the tent came in and reported, General Aeson requests an audience. Quickly invite him in." Aeson strode into the tent, and before Iphicrates could speak, he said directly, "I heard that you announced to the public that you will give up on attacking the Dionia camp in Messenia. Is that true?" Looking at Aeson, Iphicrates calmly said, "General Aeson, I was about to send someone to look for you, but I didn't expect you to come first." "Yes, I did say that, but that's a stupid decision." Aeson looked straight at him and said in a firm tone, "We can't give up attacking just because we have suffered heavy losses today. We have suffered heavy casualties, but the Dionia army isn't much better. Before you withdrew your troops, my soldiers had already attacked the wooden wall several times, although they were eventually driven down by the enemy. This shows that our attack is effective. As long as we maintain this offensive strength for the next few days, we will definitely be able to break through the Dionia's defense." At this point, Aeson revealed a ferocious look. "Don't listen to the excuses of those city generals. You should continue to give the order to attack like you did today. If you really want to stop attacking the Dionia camp, then I'm sorry I will no longer participate in the war between you and Dionia. I will lead the army back to Thessaly." In the face of Iasion's threat, Iphicrates blinked and smiled helplessly. Respected General Iasion, of course, I know that as long as we continue to attack, we will definitely break through the Dionia camp. However, the reason why I made such a decision is not because I'm worried about the heavy casualties, but because Iphicrates paused and said in a serious tone, I just received a message from Athens. For days ago, the Dionia navy suddenly blockaded Sarone's Bay, making it impossible for our warships to leave the port. However, the fishermen on the north coast still found an unusual situation. A large number of Dionia ships carrying soldiers bypassed Wyberia Island and entered the Mariakos Bay. The Dionia army is raiding my Thessaly. Iasion's expression changed instantly. He glared at Iphicrates. Why didn't you tell me such important news earlier? In such a large-scale war, any decision must be made carefully. After the council in Athens received the news, they tried their best to find out the truth. In the process, they even lost many ships. In the end, it was confirmed that the Dionysian army had indeed landed in Thessaly. Only then did the General Executive Committee urgently send messengers on horseback, who came here day and night. How many Dionysian army soldiers have landed in Thessaly? Iasion interrupted him rudely and asked anxiously, According to our judgment, it should not be less than 30,000. Without another word, Iasion strode out of the military tent with an anxious look on his face. Iphicrates also hurriedly called for his adjutant. Quickly send someone to inform the generals of the various cities. Just say, due to traces of the Dionysian army found in Thessaly's territory, the Thessaly army is rushing back to provide reinforcements. Tell them not to be nervous and to control their own soldiers. After hearing this, the adjutant also felt nervous and hurriedly said, I will do it immediately. Also, Iphicrates said solemnly, personally go to the barracks of Thessaly and tell Iasion that I suggest that he lead his army directly north, pass through the Elis region, and take a ship from the port of Cape Ryan or Pater to the Corinth Bay. This route will save a lot of time. As he said this, he took out a few letters from his pocket. These are the letters I wrote in the name of Athens to Elis, Pater, and Cape Ryan. I hope that they can help the people of Thessaly. Pass these letters to Iasion. After sending off the adjutant, Iphicrates also walked out of the military tent. Through the thin darkness of the night, he looked in the direction of the barracks of Thessaly. There were horses neighing and people shouting, and it was a complete mess. In fact, Iphicrates lied to Iasion. In the letter sent to him by the General Executive Committee of Athens, not only did they ask him to increase the intensity of the attack on Dionia, but they also strictly ordered him to hide this news from the people of Thessaly. Only in another letter written to him by Callistratus, who was on good terms with him, did Callistratus tactfully mention that he could make the decision that best suited the interests of Athens according to the situation on the battlefield. During the period of confrontation and battle with the Dionysian army, Iphicrates had already experienced the strong ability of the Dionysian army in defensive operations. The armies of the Greek alliance, on the other hand, had obviously not experienced such a strong siege, and they dared not to suffer too many casualties. Therefore, in previous battles, they had always put in some effort, but not too much effort. This included the army of Athens. After receiving the order from Athens, Iphicrates finally issued a death order today and launched a fierce attack. However, the result was still disappointing. Not only did they fail to defeat the enemy, but the rapidly increasing number of casualties not only caused the generals of the Greek alliance to retreat, but also shocked him. If he continued to launch a fierce attack, as Iasion said, he was afraid that the Greek alliance would be torn apart before they could break through the defense line of Dionia, and he might also be impeached by the General Assembly of Athens. Moreover, even if the Greek alliance paid a heavy price and finally defeated the Dionysian army in Messenia, the kingdom of Dionia would send new troops to Greece, just like how they sent another army to Thessaly. At that time, the Greek alliance, which had already suffered heavy losses, would not be able to resist the Dionysian army's invasion. Iphicrates had already realized that the war with Dionia could not end with just 1 or 2 victories. If they wanted to fight against the powerful Dionysian army for a long time, they must win over Thessaly's people. During the time they fought side by side, Iphicrates discovered that not only did Thessaly's army account for half of the Greek alliance, but its combat power was also the strongest. In particular, the nearly 10,000 mercenaries were not only brave in battle, but also well-disciplined. As the commander of Thessaly's army, although Iazon had some conflicts with Iphicrates because he did not become the commander of the Greek alliance, he treated every battle seriously and had a strong command ability. As an enemy, Thessaly's army was undoubtedly terrifying. However, as an ally against a strong enemy, Thessaly's army was undoubtedly the best helper. Therefore, Iphicrates decided to disobey the order of the General Executive Committee. After delaying for a day, he personally told Iazon the news that Thessaly had been attacked by the Dionysian army. Even if the General Executive Committee pursued this matter in the future, he could falsely say that Iazon received the news from Thessaly's messenger. After all, it was impossible for Athens to completely block all the roads leading from Thessaly to Peloponnesus. However, he still planned to send his trusted servant back to Athens and secretly reveal this matter to his good friend Callistratus. He believed that with Callistratus's foresight, he would definitely support him, because all this was for the sake of Athens. Just as Iphicrates was standing outside the tent, lost in his thoughts, his adjutant had already rushed back to report to him. "General, I have handed the letter to Iazon." He expressed his gratitude and said that after he drove away the Dionysian army in Thessaly's territory and stabilized the rear, he would definitely lead his army back to fight against the Dionia together with the Greek alliance. Chapter 1223. Iphicrates nodded in satisfaction. With Iazon's attitude, it meant that his efforts were not in vain. He looked at the Thessaly camp. It was already on fire. Countless torches poured out of the camp gate and extended to the north. Gradually forming a winding fire dragon, Iphicrates prayed silently with a solemn expression. "May Athens bless Thessaly's people and ensure that everything goes smoothly." The departure of Thessaly's army caused the morale of the Greek coalition army to waver. For the next few days, the Greek coalition army stayed in their camp. At the same time, out of worry, they had to strengthen their defenses. While Iphicrates was busy comforting the generals and soldiers of the coalition army, he also sent people to inform the allies of Peloponnesus to strengthen their defenses. As he expected, Clotocatax, who had found out about the enemy's situation, under the suggestion of Printos, sent the First Legion from Sparta to the north to attack the Greek coalition army that was besieging Mandinia. The Greek coalition army, who had received Iphicrates' order, retreated, and Mandinia was temporarily free. The First Legion, which had not fought with the Greek coalition army, continued north, heading straight for Corinth, which was located on the isthmus. Iphicrates, who received the news, did not lead his army to rescue them. Instead, he let the main force of the coalition army stay in the Leprean camp. At the same time, he assumed a posture that he would attack the Dionia camp in Messenia at any time, forcing Dionia to not easily mobilize its troops in Messenia. Only the Greek coalition army that had besieged Mandinia followed the First Legion. However, once the First Legion turned to attack them, they quickly avoided it. However, their presence prevented the First Legion from attacking the seemingly well-defended city of Corinth. 2 days later, the First Legion, who had failed to mobilize the main force of the Greek coalition army, did not dare to stay in a completely unfamiliar enemy territory for long. In addition, they had used up a lot of their rations, so they once again turned south and returned to Legenia. Just as the battle in Peloponnesus temporarily subsided and the two sides were in a strange standoff, Iazon had already led his army across the Corinth Bay and landed on the Thebes of Calixus. They quickly went north, passed through the Phocia area, and entered the Phocis area. At this time, the Phocians were no longer as hostile to Thessaly as they had been a few months ago. After all, the two sides were now allies, and Phocis was facing the threat of the Dionysian army stationed in the north. They urgently needed the help of Thessaly's army. Therefore, Thessaly's army was welcomed by the Phocians, and the generals of the Greek reinforcements came to greet them. After some discussion, Iazon had a general understanding of the situation in the north. The Dionysian army occupied Heraclea, and at the same time took down the Hot Spring Pass. At one point, they continued south and surrounded the city of Satignan. Fortunately, there were timely reinforcements from Athens in advance. The Phocians repelled the attacks of the Dionysian army several times. Yesterday, the Dionia might have found out that Thessaly's army had returned, so they had already withdrawn from Satignan and returned. After some consideration, Iazon decided to lead the army north along the coast, take down the Hot Spring Pass first, and then enter the Lamia region. The reason for this choice was that he considered that the mountainous area in the north of central Greece was more difficult to traverse, which was not conducive for the advancement of the army. Moreover, the Dionysian army occupied Heraclea, guarding the northern gate of the mountainous area. He had already seen the defensive capabilities of the Dionysian army in Peloponnesus. If they couldn't take down Heraclea in time, it would be extremely dangerous for tens of thousands of troops to be stuck in the mountainous area. Iazon was very clear that although the Hot Springs Pass was known in Greece for being easy to defend and hard to attack, the Greeks built this pass in order to defend against the barbarians from the north, mainly referring to Thessaly. Therefore, it only defended against the north and not the south. It was only a one-sided pass. This was why the Persian army could easily capture the pass after they sent their troops to bypass the Hot Springs Pass through a small path. Therefore, it should be easier for the Thessaly army to attack from the south. However, when Iazon led his army to the hot coast, he was dumbfounded. A Dionia camp stood in front of him, stuck between the mountain ridge and the cliff by the sea, and behind it was the familiar stone wall of the Hot Spring Pass. It turned out that Aphiart had led the main force to attack the Hot Spring Pass from both the main and the side of the mountain. Although the defenders of the Hot Spring Pass were also prepared for the mountain path, they had too few troops. After a day of battle, the 12th Legion successfully occupied the Hot Spring Pass. As a result, Aphiart quickly discovered the weakness of the pass. The main task of the 12th Legion was to block the returning Thessaly's army, but the Hot Spring Pass could not defend against the enemies coming from the south. However, this was not a problem for Aphiart. After all, the terrain around the Hot Spring Pass was narrow, and the superior forces could not spread out, which was beneficial for defending against the enemy. This was the same for the south and the north. Therefore, he called for the engineering battalion and commanded more than half of the soldiers to build a camp near the Hot Spring Pass, while he led 3,000 soldiers inland from the coast to survey the terrain along the way. After discovering the city of Chinon, he quickly surrounded it. At this time, the purpose of this was no longer to increase the success of the battle, but to attract the enemy's attention and ensure the smooth construction of the camp. Now Iazon looked at the Dionia camp in front of him and felt a headache coming on. In Peloponnesus, his army had suffered enough when they attacked the Dionia camp, but at this moment he could not retreat. The only way to return to Thessaly was to break through the camp with all his strength. After the order to attack was issued, the soldiers of Thessaly who were eager to return home were divided into teams and attacked the Dionia camp along the narrow coast. After the Hippocratic War 100 years ago, another large-scale and bloody battle broke out near the Hot Spring Pass. However, compared to the Sparta army that guarded the Hot Spring Pass 100 years ago, the Dionysian army that was on the defensive side now had more advantages. First of all, Dionia's defensive forces were not at an absolute disadvantage. There were 8,000 soldiers in the 12th Legion, and in order to prevent any accidents, Aphiart had forced Lamia, which had already surrendered to Dionia, to recruit 1,000 soldiers as a reserve force to defend the Hot Spring Pass. Other than the 1,000 soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia that were stationed in Lamia and Heraclea, Aphiart could send 7,000 soldiers into the battle. These soldiers would constantly pass through the Hot Spring Pass and enter the camp, taking turns to participate in the defense. At this time, after the battle in Peloponnesus, Thessaly's army had been reduced from the initial 40,000 soldiers to more than 36,000. Its military strength was only slightly more than 4 times that of the defending army, unlike the Persia army that had hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Secondly, Afiart had learned a lesson from the Sparta army. He had built small defensive facilities on the known mountain trails, guarded by the Samnite soldiers who were experts in mountain warfare, to prevent the sneak attack of Thessaly's army. Moreover, the 12th Legion had a variety of soldiers, such as heavy infantry, light armor soldiers, javelin throwers, and archers. They could defend the narrow coast camp and effectively stop the attacks of Thessaly's army. In addition, Afiart had also ordered the soldiers to move a few ballistae from the legion to the top of the hot spring pass, so that the stone bullets could fly over the camp and cause the greatest damage to the concentrated attacks of Thessaly's army. Therefore, Thessaly's army had been attacking the camp fiercely for a few days. Not only did they achieve little, but they also suffered a lot of casualties. Just when Iazin, who was at the rear, was anxious about not being able to break through the defense line of Dionia, the soldiers of Thessaly who were preparing to attack the camp again were shocked to see the wooden gate of the camp suddenly open. Dozens of men dressed in casual clothes came out, shouting that they were from a certain city of Thessaly and asking to meet with the civil militia of their city. It turned out that when Iazin's army approached the hot spring pass, Afiart immediately sent a messenger to Thessaly to inform the chief commander, Patroclus, that the main force of Thessaly's main force had returned. At this time, it had been more than half a month since the landing army conquered Philii and forced Pharsalus to surrender. As the main powerful cities of Thessaly were already under the control of the Dionysian army, the landing army continued to divide their forces to plunder the land. The cities of Thessaly that had lost their power either surrendered or were conquered. Therefore, during this period of time, the Dionysian army had basically conquered the south of Thessaly and the plains of Baping. The army was advancing triumphantly. The Thessaly's regional governor, Helos, was also working hard with his officials. While promising benefits to the civilians, he was also winning over the celebrities of various cities. Coupled with the fact that they were all born in Thessaly, many people of Thessaly began to accept them. Therefore, a rumor quickly spread in Thessaly. The king of Dionia was a citizen of Thessaly, a descendant of Hades, the king of Hades. Compared to the tyrant Iazin, he was more capable of protecting Thessaly and was more suitable to be the Thessaly Tarkus at the same time. The legendary story of the Devers founded the kingdom of Dionia, and the rapid rise of the kingdom of Dionia began to spread among the people of Thessaly. After receiving the news from Afiart, Patroclus was already prepared. He immediately asked Helos, who was already in Philii dealing with the affairs of Thessaly, to help summon the prestigious council members of the various cities of Thessaly that had surrendered to the kingdom of Dionia. Then he told them clearly that Iazin was returning with his army, and that Dionia was preparing to gather 100,000 troops in Thessaly to completely defeat him. Many of these counselors of Thessaly had witnessed the huge army of Dionia and their terrifying combat power. Although the number of troops led by Iazin was also large, most of them did not think that Iazin would be able to win in the end. They were very worried about this.